I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Kramer. Present. Commissioner O'Rourke.
Present.
Commissioner Rexroth.
Present.
Chairman Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Ross.
Here.
Commissioner Algar. Here. Commissioner Lautner. Present. All present.
And we'll also note that Mr. Lewis is here, our incoming interim administrator. Welcome. And our outgoing administrator, Ms. Allen, is here. Could we take a look at the agenda? There is a change that I'd like to do to accommodate the airport schedule. I'd like to move 8E up to the first action item, so that Kevin and Bob and the team can get back for another meeting in Traverse City. Any other changes? Yes, Mr. Lewis.
Remember yesterday you thought about wanting to have 3B removed because there's other things that you wanted to.
You are correct. We would like to move the Leelanau Tower project forward to next week, but there's a township meeting tonight and we are not quite ready to report on that. We can brief you next week. Yes, I'd like to just move that forward to next week when we get to that. Any other things?
Motion to approve the amended agenda. Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We have an agenda approved 7-0. Thank you.
Kevin and the crew.
Pardon?
Kevin and the crew is up first. Outstanding bunch of people.
We now have our communications and proclamations, and we'll start with Ms. Allen.
Well, good morning, all. I wanted to just take a quick moment and say some kudos, as I normally do, for my administrative update, and also have the opportunity to introduce Lauren Cipher, who is with us, our new administrative executive assistant. I want to give special kudos to Lauren and to Allison Middleton for working so collaboratively last week, putting the board packet together. They did a great job, and I think Lauren will be a wonderful asset to the board and to the organization going forward. And of course, Richard, as our new interim administrator. Richard, do you want to say a few words? We've been working together this week and starting the transition and working on an exit report I'll speak about in just a moment. But Richard, you can see he's jumping in already.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here, going through the packet yesterday, a couple items that I know we'll address a little bit later. So they didn't give me a whole lot of resting period when I arrived yesterday. It was immediate, so that's great. Before I knew it was 4 o'clock and I had to go home, so it was great. So happy to be here. We got a lot. I won't be bored, that's for sure. So that's great.
So to that point, a couple other things. Just want to share with everyone, I received an email today about the Northport Adopt a Highway, which is Saturday, April 13th. So if anyone's interested in volunteering, I'll forward out that email I received. Also want to remind everyone that today is the open house for the health, environmental health downstairs from 1 to 3. So hopefully we'll have an opportunity to go down there. It's a beautiful facility. I think it will be an asset for the county, for the government center for decades to come. And then lastly, I do want to give just a quick update to the board in regards to a communication from Timothy Figura, from our attorney for the beta issue. There will be a mediation being set up for July 8th. So this is quite a bit into the distance, but I just wanted to kind of mention that and make sure that people are thinking about that, keeping on the radar. It will be one of the 30 items that I have on my exit report in terms of projects that are pending or in process or things that need follow up on, with all the contact information. And I'll be sitting down and reviewing that information with Richard on Friday And we'll also send that full report to the board, so you are all aware of all of the projects and things and where we are on status for those items. That is all I have in my report at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We now have an update on our administrator search. Mr. Janik, welcome back. Thank you for being here.
Good morning. Always good to be back in the building here. See all your smiling faces, including Mr. O'Rourke.
Yes, sir.
I had to say that because I came last month. I didn't say hi to him and he chewed me out for that. So I had to make sure I acknowledge Mr. O'Rourke here. So thank you for having me back here. Just want to give you an update on the search. The job was posted the week of March 25th on many websites. And as of this morning, and the deadline is April 30th, so we have some time yet. But as this morning, I want to give you an update. I received 5 applications from people in northern Michigan area. That I say the Grand Traverse region up to probably Petoskey, I call that northern Michigan up in that area. Have 7 from the state of Michigan and 4 from outside the state of Michigan, from Florida, Maryland, South Carolina, and Washington State. My experience is most of the resumes come in the last 2 weeks, so I'm expecting more. When I did the searches for Kalkaska and Milwaukee County, most of them came in the last 2 weeks. So in fact, we have 16 already. I think it's a good sign. And there is quality there. There's some very impressive resumes. And so the deadline is April 30th. And then I'm hoping by Friday, May 1st, I'll work with Heather Cade. You'll get a scanned copy of all the resumes as well as a hard copy book. If you're like me, you like to look at them and see them. It's one thing looking on the screen, but you'll get both versions. And I'll ask you to rate them, give you a week to look at them. And I see your executive committee meeting is on May 14th. So if we can put that on the agenda for May 14th, I will recommend you go to closed session to review the applicants. You can by state law go into closed session to review the applicants. Once you come out though, and you determine which candidates you wish to interview, the minute they accept it, then they're public. So the candidates have the right to stay confidential until that time. So the process is moving along. Mr. Lewis urged me to keep this process going, as you remember. So I'm doing my best, Mr. Lewis, to keep you happy there too. And so I'm optimistic. We have some quality candidates coming in. And so check your emails. May 1st, you'll get an email packet, and then you'll get hard copy. Between Heather and I, we'll make sure that you all get copies by that weekend so you can look at them, grade them, and hopefully we can determine which ones we want to interview at your next executive committee meeting. And hopefully you'll have a tough choice picking who you wish to interview. I'm optimistic about the quality of candidates coming in. And I've got quite a few calls from people that are interested in applying also, that seem to have the credentials. And your pay scale is comparable to the other vacancies in the state right now. I'm just starting the search for Branch County, which is southern Michigan. And I think they're going to be with the same range as you. To the best of my knowledge, there's 3 vacancies right now. There may be some other administrative vacancies coming up, but right now there's 3 posted. And I think Berry County will be posting one fairly soon also. So you'll be in competition with some other counties, but I think your pay scale is very competitive and it's a great place to live. So I'm optimistic.
Questions for Mr. Janik? Thank you so much. Before you leave, would you put your Rotary hat on and try to sell some tickets to support Don's award?
Yes, if you like, y'all Leelanau County residents, thank you for bringing it up. I am the president of the Rotary Club this year in Sons of A. We give the Owen Bailey Award out every year. This is the 13th year. Owen Bailey is one of the founders of the club and was involved with many community events. And so every year we pick one outstanding citizen and honor them for their services. And this year it's Don Miller from Glen Lake, longtime basketball coach, Hall of Fame coach, but also involved with the Prospectors Club Scholarship and many other youth activities. So it's May 3rd, Friday. If you'd like to go, I have tickets available for the dinner.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and I'll keep giving you updates on a weekly basis on how many candidates are coming in. But like I said, I'm optimistic with the quality of the candidates that have applied so far.
Thank you very much. Is Eric here?
Well, actually, Eric is not here, but he has sent B to represent Northern Michigan Regional Entity. And you received a packet at each of your seats this morning that has approximately 10 slides. So I'm going to let B introduce herself. With the Northern Michigan Regional Entity, B will give an overview of what all that is, but they, among other things, they also manage our liquor tax. So this is an update on how all of that is coordinated, what NMRE does for the county. And so B, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. And is there a way to share a presentation?
It should actually be teed up. So if Leanna, sorry.
There we go.
And I can just let you know when next slide is due.
Yep.
Perfect.
Just
Thank you
say
so much.
next slide, please. And then we'll
Good
get-
morning, and thank you for inviting us. I'm definitely not Eric. My name is Dani Slavarsson, and when I go by B for those obvious reasons. I am
David or B as in boy?
B as in boy.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. I'm clinical.
Excuse me, would you hold one of those?
Closer?
Yeah.
Is it this? Would that work? Is that better? Okay, maybe I can move my laptop aside too. So again, Dani Slavarsson, I'm Clinical Services Director for NMRE Northern Michigan Regional Entity PHP Region 2. And I will give you a quick update on where we're at with some of the funding that we provide for the region. Feel free to ask any questions at any given point. Just let me know when to stop talking. So what is Northern Michigan Regional Entity? I throw in PHP Region 2. We have 21 counties in Northern Lower Michigan, and they're split into 5 CMHSP, Community Mental Health programs. And those 5 CMHs actually joined and created Northern Michigan Regional Entity as PHP. And we are the managed care entity for those CMHs and also for substance use programs in our region. We can go to next slide. So what is it that we do? We serve as a prepaid inpatient health plan to directly contract with the state of Michigan as managed care entity for our 21 counties. We received state funding and contracts for behavioral health services in 21 counties, and we ensure compliance with the state partial risk contract, which is part of the risk management strategy. And we ensure adequacy of provider network within our region, making sure that services are available to clients and that we have a wide array of services that are available. And we also manage substance use disorder funding for Medicaid block grant funding and liquor tax and other grants that we're about to review. So we have a pretty big network of providers, and if at any given point you need further information or have someone who's interested in finding out more specifically about services in our region, they can always call our access, and information is also available on our site. So we're here to discuss liquor tax, and based on PA 2500 in 2012, the NMRE was designated as a community mental health entity by the state and assumed the former coordinating agency function for SUD services. So historically, this was done by NEMSAS until 2014. In 2018, starting 19, NMRE completely split from the CMHSP and moved into the office in Gaylord. So we're centrally located right now to serve 21 counties, overseeing both mental health and substance use services, provision and funding as well. So PA 500 also required that NMRE create SAT oversight committee. This until last year was site oversight, policy oversight board. We changed some of the requirements, and at this time there's SAT oversight committee that have one appointee from each county and no more than 5 members from the NMRE board. We meet every other month and we process and review funding requirements, and they also recommend to approve it to the NMRE SUD budget containing local funds for treatment and prevention for SUD. They also provide advice. Oh, am I going too fast?
She would hear me. She just didn't.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide. I think we're going to SUD oversight committee functions. Thank you. Thank you for noticing. So they also provide advice and make recommendations to the NMRE board regarding budgets for SUD treatment and for prevention or prevention, provide advice and make recommendations to the NMRE board regarding contracts with SUD treatment and prevention providers. Any questions so far as to how this all applies? Go ahead.
How about a comment?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was on the SUD board for a while.
Mhm.
and I used to work at a treatment center.
Yes.
We desperately need day treatment or long-term living support.
Yes.
I actually worked at a treatment center that provided apartments for 2 years for people after treatment. There were requirements, but that kind of thing is really important and needed.
It is, and I agree with that. I can provide some brief information regarding that and how NMRE supports that as well, if you wish.
I love that.
So we currently have a couple of providers that also provide recovery housing. NMRE is able to cover some of those stays with the availability of block grant funding. Those funds are not always available. We're about to talk about what happens when there's no block grant funding available and what are the funds that are to be used in place of block grant funding. That is currently not a Medicaid covered service. So we have to put some limitations, recognizing that there are some budgetary limits. Currently, NMRE serves approximately 200 beneficiaries a year in recovery housing setting with requirements that they do attend outpatient or IOP or partial hospitalization level of care in order to remain in that housing that is funded by us. On top of that, at this time that NMRE is aware of, and not all of these are contracted through or with NMRE, there are approximately 350 beds in our 21 counties that are specific to recovery housing. And they're more or less formalized, or some are licensed, some are not certified, some are not. So there is quite a large availability of the housing. However, there are some other concerns as to who is utilizing that housing, whether those are clients from our region or if those are clients from other regions, other PHPs that are being served in treatment here. We have a very large network of treatment that is more than serving our needs. So this time in our region, we have 324 residential beds for substance use, approximately. That kind of changes every month or so. So at this time, NMRE is only utilizing up to 24% of those beds. So there's a large portion of those beds being utilized by other regions. So I think what we're seeing is maybe a discrepancy of what our need is and what the need of other regions is. But anytime you would like to hear more about the treatment and coverage we're providing, I would be more than glad to provide that information. We've been tracking data very closely to make sure that our network adequacy is present for those that are in our region, that they're being properly served for the capacity that we have. Anytime. I think you have.
I was just gonna ask to be reminded, who is our representative?
Greg McMurrow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We can go to next slide, please. So this is NMRE funding or budget that is available for fiscal year 24 that started October 1st of 23. So we have Medicaid funding that is for people with severe mental illness, children with serious emotional disturbances, and those with substance use disorders, and individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities. It is fairly significant, and we're currently in pretty good standing with the Medicaid funding. There is also Medicaid specifically for a person with a substance use disorder that is vastly smaller, but we also serve approximately 6,000 beneficiaries in one fiscal year, which is vastly smaller number compared to the group that is listed above. We also have block grant funding for people with substance use disorder. You will notice that that amount is much lower, and once that runs out, we're going to discuss how PA2 can be utilized to replace that. So I did not provide a walkthrough, but we'll talk about PA2 or liquor tax funding. We have liquor tax funding, which is PA2, and we have block grant funding. At times that block grant funding is available, we will be able to utilize it against some of the projects approved by PA2 in order to retain as much as possible of PA2 funding. However, when block grant funding is no longer available, when it runs out, we will have to utilize PA2 to support treatment services in our region. And we might be getting to a point of not having enough block grant funding to get us through the fiscal year. to serve clients, and I can explain as to why. And I know I only have 5 minutes, so I'll try to rush through it. At this time, we're looking at end of public health emergency, PHE, and that means that a lot of clients who were previously on Medicaid and Healthy Michigan Plan, mostly Healthy Michigan Plan, are losing that coverage. And in order to remain in treatment and provide supports, we will have to utilize block grant funding. So due to that and high acuity and increased need for treatment, we are a little bit low on our block grant funding. We are at this compared to last year at this time, we're 60%, approximately 60% higher with the last report, which was last month. So at this time, we're probably a little bit over that. And then block grant funding prevention budget was decreased from last year, which also puts limitations on prevention that we can provide in region. And we also have liquor tax that is fairly high. However, it is currently in somewhat of a risk to be utilized on other things than those projects that were requested and approved. Any questions on those restrictions?
227 million plus 16 million plus 6 million plus 658,000 plus $1.5 million for the whole 21 counties.
Correct.
Okay, and approximately how many people do you have?
I would have to check on mental health populations, so I would be able to provide that information later today on utilization, number of clients being served in mental health setting. So I will provide that jointly. It is a little bit hard to determine that with liquor tax because some of the projects do not necessarily tie into number of clients being served or beneficiaries. And with prevention, that would be really hard to determine, but I will provide some feedback on exact number of clients served in mental health.
And yeah, and then specifically Leelanau.
Yes, we can look into that.
Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. And I can also provide breakdowns for substance use clients from Leelanau County, and also look into perhaps what is the highest use substance in your county as well, based on our admission information. We'll provide that.
It seems like that is going to be difficult too, because some of that money is education.
Some of that is going to be fairly limited on what we can provide. Yes. Yeah. We will be able to provide it for specific for substance use. We'll be able to provide that and for most of the block grant funding, and then for CMH funding.
There's a lot of education for kids in schools.
Correct. With prevention funding, that's correct. And there is more money. If we go to next slide, we are balancing quite a few grants. They come and go, so that most of them are not longstanding. We're currently at state opioid response SOAR 3. That amount stayed the same throughout the last 3 years. We also have COVID response. This is with 500,000 stabilization we received within the last 4 months that was distributed to those providers who were able to show the need and the effect of PHE, public health emergency, or COVID to their businesses. That was not only tied to revenue loss. This will be changing and updating, and this is extended through the end of this fiscal year 24, and it will not renew. So these funds are no longer going to be available once this fiscal year ends. We also have American Rescue Plan Act grant that we're currently navigating through multiple different projects, also known as ARPA funds. We have Gambling Disorder Prevention Project, and that's typically tied to a lot of campaigns. We have tobacco, that is a fairly small amount. We also have Pregnant Postpartum Services grant that we are tying into our health homes. We have over 60 locations that offer care coordination in Northern Lower, and some of them are participating in this grant. We specifically paneled a OBGYN, which is a little bit atypical for PHP, to have a health home that is not a substance use provider, but they are able to prescribe medication to pregnant and postpartum women. So we're trying to offer more support to those in need. And we also have MPAC, which looks like that bullet blended. So that's Michigan Partnership for Advancing Coalition. So those are some of the grants, and also numbers on clients served would be fairly limited due to the nature of these grants, but we can see what we can provide. Any questions on grants? Some of them also cover housing as well through these grants, on top of block grant funding. We have some transportation being funded through this and so on. So we're trying to support as much as possible and allow some flexibility in region for those areas that are definitely showing the need, but are not covered by our typical funding sources. So this is specifically PA2 or liquor tax for Leelanau County for fiscal year 24. These are the project, and we can go to next slide. Sorry, I keep forgetting that because I'm doing it on my screen. So these are currently approved prevention services on top. As you mentioned earlier, there is youth STD prevention through Catholic Human Services for $34,000. Drug-free prevention media campaign for all 21 counties, a small portion based off a population that is being served here, which is a calculation that we have on the backside, is given. There is also MI Profile for Health Youth. This is through schools as well. And we also have some block grant funding overage if it's needed to cover for some of these. This year, however, we most likely won't be able to offer that. And then we also have approved treatment services for peer recovery support services through NEMSIS, serving all 21 counties in Northern Lower. So this is a small portion that is based off of population they're serving here. And also some of the overages may be utilized if we do have block grant funding. Any questions on your current project? Okay, if we can go to next slide. This is Leelanau County liquor tax funds and how they flow. So this is something that is a moving target, so it may not make a lot of sense. It changes every month once the billing is coming in. And it also is very much projected, considering that payments are coming in quarterly, so we don't always know exact amount. So we do have projected revenue. So first is beginning balance. So this is how your county started fiscal year 24 with $86,055. Projected revenue is $62,000, a little bit over $62,000. So those two adding up is what we had for fiscal year for your county. Allocated project amounts, those are projects that were approved. So budgets requested and approved were around $51,000. And your projected year-end balance, if all of this goes through, is $97,215.33. However, and you will see saying NMRE attempts to keep an average at 1 year anticipated revenue in reserve. Your anticipated revenue this time is around $62,000. Prior year was $58,000. So what is going to be left over to be utilized or be used in place of block grant funding, if that is needed, is around $30,000. So I just wanted to point that out, that things have to be subtracted, that projected revenue, because we're trying to reserve it. This was a board decision, so this is something that could change if the board decides to do that. However, if there's no block grant funding, these would be the first funds to be utilized. Any questions?
Lots of information.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the last slide is a question. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you so much. And I will be providing some updates.
Perfect.
Now we have our Human Resources Director, Heather Cade. Hi, Heather.
Good morning.
You're going to give us a Human Resources update.
I sure am.
So before Heather gets started, real quick, I just want to remind the board. So at the organizational meeting in January, you review a whole calendar of presentations and speakers. And so we try to provide at least one representative from the community about a service or a program that the county is involved in, and one department head. So this is just a reminder of why you're seeing in each of these meetings going forward, you should be having a report from one external and one internal entity. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. So Lauren and I were just talking before the meeting started, and she said, is this your third meeting in? And I had to really think about it. You know, I haven't even been here 90 days yet, but we've been busy and doing many, many things. So I did attend some meetings prior, but this is my first time before you. So originally, you know, when you come into somewhere new, you have this idea in your mind of how you're going to get started, how you're going to connect with staff and develop, you know, what those needs are. And my original thought was I really need to go around first and meet with each department and figure out, you know, where I go from there. Well, pretty much it started as feet on the ground, running right away. Staffing was a main thing to work on and deal with. And so in an unplanned way, I have gotten to meet with various departments through the need for staffing. So today, that's what my focus is going to be, to give you guys an update on that. So let's go ahead and first start with administration. This opening came for the executive assistant through a retirement, and we now are very happy to have Lauren in place. She came on March 27th. Our temporary office assistant who had been helping out, that training is complete. And so Lauren is completely now running on her own feet. Finance, we had openings for the account clerk. We have 2 actual positions approved by you guys on the board. Those openings happened before I came here, but that wasn't from an internal change, as I understand. We did bring on Elizabeth on February 12th, and we have a posting out for that second account clerk. Kathy and I have been working through some of the applicants that have come. We're hoping to get into some interviews in the next week. In our planning department, we do have an opening for senior planner, and that came through originally a retirement from the director and a promotion from the previous senior planner to director. We have actual interviews planned this week, and our new administrator, Richard, will take part in those. Register of Deeds, they also had an opening from a retirement, and we are happy to have Laura back as the deputy register Deeds, and she started on April 1st. MSU Extension also had an opening from a retirement, and this was for the office manager, and we also welcomed Tanya on April 1st. For the Sheriff's Department, we have 2 road patrol deputy openings stemming from a relocation, and then another's decision to pursue a different career. Happy to say that we have another Deputy Steffens, starting with us this week. And then we have another that has accepted the offer and will be starting with us in July. So they're not totally in place, but we have filled those positions. Our secretary over with the Sheriff's Department, the actual retirement is the beginning of May. Last days in the office will be near the end of April, but there has been cross training occurring. So that was already in works before I got here. So we are good there. Let's talk about our Marine deputy positions, which are part-time, in the summer positions. We have a gentleman starting with us on April 22nd, which will be to attend the Safety Academy in Mount Olive. And then we actually have another one, and this one I'd really like to update you on because I am excited about the partnership going forward. So two of those Marine deputies will be training at that Marine Safety Academy starting on April 22nd. The second one, I actually met with him yesterday. We did some onboarding. He comes to us from Northwest Ed. So if anybody knows former TBA ISD, he's currently in the public safety program there. So he will be graduating this spring. He is of age to be, on staff with us. He will be attending NMC for criminal justice. So we're excited to be able to have this partnership with them. Northwest Ed is allowing him here on a work permit for that week of April. So he'll be here for that training, or not necessarily here, but with us for that training, and then come back to staff in the summer with us. And then we have, there's a third position that will be filled. And as I understand, Undersheriff has said that they've had discussions with another candidate that they would like for that Marine deputy. In dispatch, unfortunately, we had 2 positions. It was the first week I was here that were filled, and both of those have now exited by the end of March. So we actually have a meeting with the department to discuss, going forward, how to best staff that area and the training that's involved for that. Maintenance, we have an opening now, again, from a retirement. It is for a full-time position, and this is the position that includes many functions for Parks and Rec. Interviews, our initial interviews occurred last week, and so we will be sitting down this week to go forward with that. Included in that maintenance, we do bring on a temporary part-time person in the summer. So once we have a good valid solidification or filling of that full-time, then we'd like to move on to that part-time, just in case there were any of those full-time candidates that we reviewed that may be a good fit. So that kind of ends where I am right now as far as postings and things I have out for staffing. During this mix, building codes also reached out to me for some like de-escalation, conflict resolution technique training. I had done some of this preparing of my own previous to being here. So I put something together, went over to building codes. It was a great connection, to be honest. I was very happy to be there. Also out of that, you know, within our discussions, we were able to aid like department communication and some different templates to promote, you know, that team connection and cohesiveness, you know, sometimes between the staff and then what they're getting from the outside. So I enjoyed that very much. I was happy to be part of that. There are many other areas that I could share with you. I feel like I've been popped into, but you know, I'm going to really focus on staffing. So with that, I just want to share a little bit so that we can plan and think about what we have coming forward. Don't quote me on these numbers. Some of these are overlap. I have different lists of staff going right now, but typically we have around that 112 to 115 full-time. I'm not going to talk about part-time, just kind of focus on that full-time right now. In our 20 years plus range, we have around 23 people in that 20 years plus. So that means before when I was sharing retirement, I just want everybody to be aware of that group. In our 11 to 19 year range, we also have around 23 staff members in that. 6 to 10 years, 25, and 5 years and less, 43. So that should kind of give you guys a picture of what we should be focusing on and thinking about. This hasn't really scared me. I know a few people said to me, oh, you're going to see a lot of retirements coming. My previous position, I think within the first 2 years I was there, I had a quick 9 retirements that we had to focus on. But it does, you know, it does lend the picture and tells us that we really need to talk about succession planning. I look at the retirements as, you know, there's a wonderful plan that the county has built as far as, you know, a retirement plan. So people are working and putting in their time and they're taking advantage of that. And I'm happy for that. We just want to make sure that we're doing that planning and we're bringing staff in and we're doing the things to bring wonderful staff in who might stay that next 20 and 30 years with us. So going forward, I will continue to focus on staffing. Other things that are going to come up, you know, towards the end of this year, I think we need to look at our job descriptions, our contracts, team trainings, organizational planning, process and procedures, as well as really getting into staff engagements are on my list to focus on. So I'm asking you as a board, you know, and the staff as we work to build upon our past and we grow into the future that, you know, we have everybody's support, patience, grace as we venture into the next needs of the county. So does anybody have any questions?
Questions for Heather? Yes, Commissioner Work.
I just want to thank you for doing your job, and I see Lauren Cyphers in the back room. If you could stand up just a minute, please. And this is most important, just Lauren, that she's the most important person in this courthouse. When you call us to get a board member, that's who she is. I mean, you call for us, and that she can direct you and help you. So
You have a lot of employees watching this meeting.
I know that, but she is doing a very good job, and you know, you call on the phone, you expect to get something done, it's working out good, and Elizabeth is working out fantastic in the county.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Commissioner Auger.
I want to thank you for joining us. I'm
Thank you.
glad, and you surely did walk in to holy cow. So good for you. I observed you observing us at a few meetings.
I did.
And I'm glad you joined us.
Thank you, Gwen.
Yes.
So I've got a real concern with 911 dispatch,
Mhm.
and we have to be able to retain people over there. And, you know, as you know, we've had the department head actually covering shifts, and someone mentioned that to me over, the weekend, that like, have I heard Matt's voice on dispatch? And yes, you have. So you say you have some kind of a plan,
We have a meeting set up tomorrow.
and you will come up with a plan.
Yes, we will.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, that's what I want to
Yep.
hear. It's very important
Yep.
that we either that or, like you said, I hate to have to see us switch it over to Grand Traverse County. I know we're equipped to have them handle our calls during a shift if we have to. We are equipped. We set that up. It's not the best practice, obviously. Since I have the floor, I'm gonna continue to talk over you
Good luck.
and say that we are equipped, we could do it, but they have done it for us in the past very successfully. So I just want to see us get our dispatchers in line and keep them.
Mhm.
All right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I just, again, want to thank Heather. I do want to just remind the board, when my first 90 days in, my report that I gave you, it spoke specifically about succession planning and the retirements. And so these things that we're seeing now are a reality of that. And Heather's been doing a great job. She really hit the ground running. And I think you all can see that the HR department is a significantly important component of what we do here. And to Commissioner O'Rourke's point about Lauren, just a reminder, you have now 3 employees of the board. You have the administrator, you have the interim finance director, and the administrative assistant. Those are your 3 staff people that you rely on. Of course, you have the clerk's office as well, that provides support to the board, but just the key thing going forward, those are the people that we need to be keeping informed and using as resources. So kudos to our new team. So thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Heather. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes our reports. At this time, we have our first public comment opportunity. The first public comment is limited to only those items that are specifically on the agenda. So I know some people are here and they want to speak about some national media attention we've had or election integrity. I'd like to hold those off until the end of this meeting, and then you're welcome, and we will listen to you talk about anything that you want us to hear. But the first public comment, we'd like you to stick to just giving us advice and input on the decisions and the agenda items that are listed. Any public comment? Yes, sir. I want to thank everybody for coming, by the way.
Tim McCauley, Elmwood Township. I just want to touch on 3 items, number 3, number 5, and number 9 on the agenda. Emergency management update and a surcharge review and approval. The recommendation they're putting out is to remain status quo. No fees increase on that. I think that's a really good thing. That they just want to maintain their costs and not pass anything new along to us. Number 5 is soil conservation. They requested an increase of fees. We know those fees are passed along to the consumer. And with the high cost of inflation, food, gas, utilities, everything else that's increasing to the consumers, including the property tax increase, I really don't think that's a good idea at this time. Number 5, Board of Commissions. They have in C there is request increase commissioners' compensation. If I'm getting this right, the compensation for the board is the commissioners are currently getting $7,700 plus benefits. The chair, oh, that's the chairman. The board members are getting $5,000 plus benefits. Benefits are their life insurance, health insurance, visual insurance. I think maybe even some life insurance there. If I'm reading this right, the increase that you guys are looking for is that the commissioners will get $12,000 up from $5,000, and the chairman will get $13,000 up from $7,700. Again, with the cost of everything, what we're experiencing as taxpayers and consumers, and living here in Leelanau County, we're not getting those type of increases. You know, you guys passed an increase on property taxes of 4.5%, I believe, somewhere in that range. Kind of interesting that a couple months later, you're coming back asking the taxpayers to go along with your increase in your pay by 100%. Not a good plan. Doesn't look good to your constituents.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Yes. Ashley, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm Keith Ashley, Leland Township, and I'm commenting on the same item 9C, which is the proposed increase for the commissioners. My view is that that is warranted, that you have one of the most heady jobs around, and in many of the townships, they pay more for the similar job that you do with less serious issues. So I support paying for this job what I think it's worth, and hopefully will entice younger people to be able to come to these meetings and take that time away from their job and devote it to the work of the county. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I do. I'd like to speak on election fraud and election machine fraud.
That is for after the meeting, Bill. We'd love your stay to do that, but that's not on the agenda.
That's what I did the last time. There were 30 people at the beginning. There were three of us at the end. There were 3 people at the end, and I was the only one that wasn't employed.
I'd like to take just a short break if we could. Bill?
I know you.
I'm hanging in there. Yeah. I'm just like tomorrow. I know. Nice to meet you. I'm Jamie. Oh. Yes. All the time. Very, very, yeah, no,
I'll just kind of slide in.
I know. Well, I think everybody.
Then you too. Wow, there is, that's better.
How are you? You're in your life, my dear.
I expect us to be very short meeting right after. Okay. Yes, I do. I got you right in my speak out. So, all right, I'll do that. Okay, so not today.
Right in the center. I was right in the center.
Yeah.
Really, I did it in 2017.
Yeah.
I wasn't right. But this was, I will say that for the tree forest. So dark it was. So, and I was planning on coming back last night. Bad drainage and whatnot.
That's what I heard. They said it was like a parking lot. Oh, my gosh.
So I stayed down there and then drove. I
It
drove-
wasn't that cool. I'm sure it was cool. Oh. Probably be regular.
We will, here we go. Once you let them up on their seats, they don't come back.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I think we're ready to begin. Is the clerk ready?
I'm ready.
And thank you, and apologize for that interruption. Again, thank you for coming, and we will hear from Bill at the end of the meeting. Thank you. This time we have commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments?
Are you done with public comments? Is there anybody else for public comment?
I had asked before and I didn't get any, but I will ask again. Any other public comments? Thank you for that little reminder. Any commissioner comments? Yes, Commissioner McGuire.
I welcome Richard Lewis. And I thank Deborah Ellen for her service. I hope you enjoy your last meeting.
Anybody else? Okay, this time we'll move to our first action item agenda, and we have the airport request, and Kevin and Bob.
Good morning. Thank you for the adjustment on the agenda. We greatly appreciate that. And I thank you for your time this morning. And I also want to thank you for your time a couple of weeks ago on our joint study session concerning this topic. I appreciate all the questions and the involvement in this. So this morning, we're going to have two presenters, Bob Nelson, our airport engineer, and Carrie Zeitz, our general counsel, and also our property administrator at the airport, to present on this topic. Just to get right to it, and the bottom line as we talk to the study session, when we talk about this airspace zoning, it's been around since the 1950s. However, it falls to the state control right now. And what we're looking to do is to bring that here locally, to have that local input, where the state is saying no on many different things. We, if we bring that local input, can mitigate that and say yes. So thank you again for your time, and I'll bring up the subject matter experts in this.
Commissioners, again, Bob Nelson, the airport engineer. Thank you for having us. Again, thank you to those of you who made the study session. A lot of this will look familiar if you were at that meeting. So,
Bob, if I may just remind the board that these are on pages, starting on page 94. Thank you.
next slide. Very good. So I'll get to cover a little bit more of the background, and then Carrie's going to cover more of what we're requesting from you today in that motion. So I'll try and get through this a little bit about the federal and state laws that do exist. Again, some of those impacts that Kevin mentioned, and then again, turn things over to Carrie. So 2 slides forward. One more. Thank you. So what's been around for quite a while is something called 14 CFR Part 77. And that basically is the federal regulation that says if you build anything either permanent or temporary within a certain distance from an airport, you're required to file for a permit or an application to verify that particular construction doesn't impact an airport or the airspace for the traveling public. So again, what you have are essentially two different conditions, those that are really close to an airport and those that are further out. Again, anything over 200 feet, as you can imagine, is very tall, and that could potentially impact any aircraft, regardless of where it is, not just necessarily close to an airport. Next slide, please. So for Cherry Capital Airport, this is, I'll say, the most important areas that we try to look at and protect for those aircraft coming and going from Cherry Capital. Again, both to the east and to the west, that's a lot of where our air carrier traffic is coming and going from. So that's why those are a little bit bigger. Next slide. And one more. Kind of on top of that or concurrent with that is the state law. And again, like Kevin said, going back to the 50s, it was established again to protect the airspace and enforce this around our airports. What we get into is essentially a place where even though the feds have the law and those requirements, the state needed their own mechanism to enforce that. They couldn't use the federal law. So they have their own concurrent law that basically says the same thing to be able to enforce that same standard. It does do a couple different things for us. On the next slide, please. So we talk about what an actual airport hazard is, something that is legally definable so we can, again, protect those instances. We do have it where it can be declared a public nuisance, so that again gives us some legal avenues to pursue those problems when they do exist. And then again, as soon as you submit something to the FAA, that particular application is concurrently submitted to the state of Michigan. Again, so there's the co-review to make sure it works not only for the feds, but for us in the state of Michigan. Next slide, please. So where I'll say rubber hits the road with respect to our local zoning ordinances and the like is because of how the state law was passed dating back to 2001. It essentially froze zoning with respect to airspace protection. So what was actually required is from that point moving forward, any municipalities updating a master plan were supposed to be actually implementing the state law with respect to airspace zoning from that point forward. Sometimes that happened and sometimes it didn't, but at the same time, the state law still applies. And then anytime there's a change, it's not just something that the airport can change, it's actually something that's required to go before the Michigan Aeronautics Commission. So that's essentially the highest level of state aviation authority. Going to the next slide. What this actually shows is, so there's an airspace version, but this is also a land use zoning restriction. And obviously this applies mostly to those in proximity to the airport, the city, Garfield and East Bay townships. And there are these various categories within which for the safety of the public, again, they try to reduce the amount of people residing within those particular spaces with different criteria. So next slide. Again, just a brief rundown. You can see how they're just, again, trying to limit people within those direct proximities to those runway ends.
So may I ask a question?
Please do.
So you've got words in here like okay, you have residential. Okay, you have 0 to 5 people in your zone 1, 0 to 5 people per acre.
Mm-hmm.
So just in residential prohibited. So that is right. Is that pretty much all airport owned in your zone 1?
Can you go back to the step? Thank you. For zone 1, yeah, that is essentially all stuff pretty much exclusively on airport property. There might be a few places that are off airport property, like on the northeast side, but those are all commercial industrial.
Okay. So obviously doesn't take in the Coast Guard.
That's an aviation use, so yeah, that's not really considered a residential use.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Then so 2, you have 0 to 5 people per acre residential prohibited.
Mhm.
And yeah, that has to take in some private property to there.
It does. Yep.
And you're saying residential prohibited. What if there's residences there right now?
They are grandfathered in. So again, it just froze the zoning as of 2001.
So ownership, they're grandfathered in, but what happens if they want to sell their home? Is that home grandfathered in?
Yes, yep, as long as there's no change in zoning, it's grandfathered in. But this is another reason why we're here today to talk to you about this, is by actually implementing the zoning that we're proposing. We could actually implement on a local policy level some mitigations to these requirements that could.
Are they grandfathered in non-conforming or just grandfathered in?
Legal. They would technically be considered legal non-conforming uses under the airport approach plan.
So that can that potentially be a takings then? Because if they're illegal but not conforming, then if they want an addition on their home, they're not going to get.
Well, they're legal non-conforming, so the usual rules of legal non-conforming would apply if they wanted to expand.
They have to pay for the ZBA, pay to go to ZBA and likely be turned down.
Well, most ordinances for legal non-conforming uses provide processes and procedures to, as long as you do certain things, you don't have to go to a zoning board of appeals to stay within the legal non-conforming use.
Okay. Yeah, and then your 4 stretches even further, 40 people per acre, low density residential. How is that even? I mean, how is that even? Who takes care of that? I mean, who polices that?
So that would get policed by in that case, to the west, it would be Garfield Township, and to the east, it would be East Bay Township. That would be integrated. And quite frankly, some of this has already been integrated with both townships and the city. They're actually part of our current zoning authority or zoning board, excuse me.
Count people, and if you have 41, somebody has to leave the acre.
Again, that would be the sticking point with the state, but could be something that could be essentially approved by having it under local control.
An issue with that, and then also the zone 5 obviously looks like it's all airport. I just have, mostly a problem with 3 and 4. I just have a little problem with that, but that's.
The 3 and 4 is what's in place right now.
Yeah, 3 and 4 exist today. Yeah.
State law that's.
Yeah.
On the books, if it wanted to be enforced.
Okay.
Correct.
I understand. Right?
You stated that correctly. Yep.
But it's not being enforced.
So technically, the liability falls to the townships and to the city for that non-conforming use. So if there were an actual issue, the liability rests with those entities.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kramer?
Just wondering if anyone, and I'm new to this, I didn't make it to the workshop. Anyone mentioned the fact that this might contribute to sprawl? I'm concerned if we can't build up, like that everyone's going to be forced to build out as we continue to grow.
Again, I think as it applies to the airport, I think there's that balance. So the FAA has, this is a national standard. So regardless of that, what we're trying to do is offset people and airplanes and making sure that's safe. Okay. That being said, I think it's hard to give you a 3-dimensional view with a 2-dimensional picture, but I could try and follow up with you and show how that's offset. I think there was some cases, for instance, we have a couple of hotels going up along East Bay that are 90 feet tall that are approved. So I don't know if
90 feet is not the 200 feet, right? You have a 200-foot limit.
Yep, that's an existing state and federal statute. Yep.
Okay, and so that would put, it's 16 feet of a story, 12 floors, but we're growing at like a huge exponential rate, and I'm concerned that this.
Let me step in. That is why we're here.
Okay.
Because these are the standards. And right now, if someone were to come and say, I want a 220-foot building, the answer is no. What we're coming here to say is if we create a local zoning, we have the ability now locally to put in mitigations. And some of that mitigation might be soundproof. It might be air conditioning requirements. It might be instead of putting the building on the south side, which is closest to the airport on the property, we ask that they put it on the north side. So that's what we're asking here, is to be able to create a board to take the no away from the state and then put it in the local hands to be able to mitigate it to create a yes.
So these are points of Hempstead brief, because many of us remember when that was built and they wanted to go up and they were not allowed to go up. So what we've got is a massive sprawling hotel where, you know, for a quarter of a mile, you can't see the bay because all you see is this low sprawling. So will this take care of that now?
I don't have all the answers of why that was no, so Richard might know more about that as I, but if it was.
The airport, they used to come in from
Okay.
one angle, so they made them build it low, and then I understand you changed it to your runway, so now it's not an issue.
Then I would say yes. Not knowing everything, I would say yes, this would be the answer to allow that. Okay, 523 was in existence, and as Tim, previous air traffic controller, he remembered. So yes, thank you. This would help.
Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. Going and moving on, actually, if we can skip forward. Let's see. One more. Thank you. So again, just to give you an outline of how the process is supposed to work today, there's a submission notification, and it basically says, are you actually doing something that even requires you to submit something further? If it's a yes, then you take the next step, number 2, where you submit it to the FAA. They provide their review. And then again, for the buildings, not so much for cranes, because that's more of a temporary situation, the state of Michigan also looks at it. So that's how that current process works. Next slide, please. Kind of talked about this a little bit already. So although it may not be enforced, we're still in violation of federal and state law. And again, both the municipalities and the developers actually own that liability. So what we're here today to do is try and find those mechanisms to give us mitigations, get us in compliance with federal and state law, and again, bring that control more locally. So again, there are, and it's actually been tested with precedents, there are no ways to obtain a variance through state law. So the local mechanism is the only mechanism available. And again, as Kevin mentioned, those were most of the examples I was going to give at this moment. There are a lot of different things that we can do to work with developers in the townships to find solutions to make sure things are safe and adequate for any residents who are within these zones. And with that, I will turn it over to Carrie, who can run us through a specific subsection, section 17 of the state law, to talk about the motion here. So can you switch presentations, please?
Well, so yeah, Bob presented the why. Why are we asking to do this? And the reason why is because we want to bring the control locally, and we want to provide the flexibility to flex these kind of inflexible requirements that come down from the state with respect to uses allowed within the zones, the 1 through 5 that Bob showed, as well as the height requirements that come down from the state. We want to be able to be flexible on that and mitigate to address the actual concerns that are trying to be addressed by these regulations, but currently there's no ability to flex that. And under the Airport Zoning Act and the creation of the zoning board through the process, we'll have that ability to flex those to allow for the land uses, the more dense land uses closer to the airport by mitigating issues that are of concern. Like we don't want a dense development close to the airport, and then all of these people move in, and then they hear the loud noises of the airport, and they're upset about that. But we can mitigate that at the front end and say, yes, you can have this dense development with all these people, as long as you do the sound deafening measures, put in appropriate windows, appropriately light it for aircraft coming in, those kind of things. And this is the mechanism that allows us to do that. And so how do we do that? If you could go to the third slide, please. Thank you. So under the Airport Zoning Act, there are 3 methods to establish a zoning board, and I'll just pause here too, because there are 3 boards that I'm going to talk about. It gets a little confusing, so I just want to upfront try to get that out of the way so we all understand what I'm talking about. So the zoning board really is the thing that the counties will establish, and that is basically functions as the legislative body. They're the ones that ultimately adopt the zoning ordinance and appoint the planning commission or the zoning commission and the zoning board of appeals. So they function in large part like a legislative body. And then there's the zoning commission I'm going to talk about, which basically functions as a planning commission, but it's just a temporary planning commission, as you'll see as I go through the steps. And then there's the zoning board of appeals, which functions as a zoning board of appeals, which allows for these variances that we're talking about, that allows for this flexibility on these zoning regulations. There are 3 mechanisms to establish the zoning board. So the legislative body that enacts the ordinance, appoints the commission, and then ultimately the zoning board of appeals. And those are section 13 boards, section 14 boards, and section 17 boards. And what we're recommending, because due to the nature of the airport, the multiple jurisdictions the airport touches and affects, and the fact that the 2 counties have been historically involved in the airport and are currently the airport's appointing authorities, we're recommending a section 17 zoning board. And we'll talk about the details of section 17 zoning board as we go further. Next slide, please.
One thing to also note about section 17 is that the state of Michigan, that Michigan Aeronautics Commission, becomes another partner in that relationship. So there's kind of an objective third party who's always part of the conversation as well.
Yes, thank you. And also we get the expertise of the state of Michigan on the board, and also the section 17 board has a member from the airport, which is also important to have the expertise of the airport on the zoning board. Next slide. So this is the radius, the 10-mile radius that's impacted by the Michigan Department of Transportation's aeronautics adoption of the airport approach plan. As you can see, it touches many, many jurisdictions, many townships, the city and the 2 counties.
So this is what is in place presently, or is this your recommendation?
Well, this is currently, it's a recommendation. This is a hazard area. So currently the hazard area is about 6.2 miles, I think.
6.2 or 6.6, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yep.
we're recommending a 10-mile radius hazard area. We're recommending that you guys request the Michigan Aeronautics Commission to establish a 10-mile radius hazard area.
So, yeah, and just to maybe further refine that, were we just recommending that they define it? That being said, because of the other places that they've defined this across the state, we anticipate, based upon what they've done for every other airport, basically, with the exception of like Detroit Metro, that they would apply this 10-mile radius, because that's what they've applied to every other airport under this guidance. So.
And so then you want representatives that live within that.
Correct. Yep.
Yep.
That'll be part of what Carrie gets into is the representation.
What is the hazard area involved?
It just becomes the area of purview that essentially when you, for instance, go for a building permit, again, the same process would apply, but as opposed to going to the FAA first, it would go to the local zoning entity first. The administrative body would get a first look at it to make sure it's compliant, or if we needed to apply.
It's a local unit, the local.
Yes.
The,
It would be the actual, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead.
It would actually be the airport airspace zoning authority or board. So in this case, there is an administrative element that is put into place by the legislative body.
So can you go clear down to, it's really hard to read. I believe it's Blair. Yeah, all of East Bay, say.
Mhm.
So someone wants to build something in East Bay Township. They go first to this new board?
They would go again, go for like a building permit or anything else like you would in East Bay Township. And one of the processes that would be folded into that building permit process is this particular zoning piece. Does it qualify or not?
They come to this new board first. Is that what I'm understanding?
No,
Come-
fold into it.
It would be simultaneous. Yeah, it would be simultaneous. It would
it's-
be a
it's
step in the
Concurrent with a building permit application.
So
Yep.
you just see it first.
If you may.
see it While the township sees it.
When a builder would go to East Bay Township, part of the process at East Bay Township or the city or even the surrounding is they would have to say, is this going to impact airspace? Local townships usually define that, various ways, whether it's blades of grass or 35 feet or different ways. Then they know they have to go to the FAA process. And right there is then when they go through that process with the local township, then that's where the parallel process would start. They could come to us instead of immediately filing all that with the state and the FAA.
So all the fees then are just paid right at township, like there's not going to be an additional fee to look at all the applications. So there won't be more permitting fees involved in this, if this board has to look at it?
That could be established by the board itself. Typically, they do charge, but it would be established by the legislative body.
The zoning board would make
So
that
this
determination.
board would determine what those fees are.
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer?
Well, I got one more
Oh,
question. So
okay.
at what point would those kick in? Like for any building permit, if it's on top of a hill or for something over a certain height?
The latter,
Sorry.
the latter. Only if you have to get into, again, there's the litmus test. If it passes the litmus test, it's fine. But if there is a potential conflict with the regulations, that's where we would go into a more detailed process and review and permitting process.
But it doesn't have to be 10 miles either.
Again, right at this point, that is up to the state of Michigan at this point.
But right now it's 6.5 miles.
Correct. Yep. So in 2001, they essentially established a blanket of that for every airport. And then as other airports grew larger, so again, everything from Midland, Lansing, I mean, essentially all of our peer airports and some, again, I think even Grand Rapids is the same at the moment. Again, the only one that's bigger is out to like 20 or 25 miles, I believe, is Detroit. But everything else, and even some of the smaller airports around the state, when they become their own local zoning entity, are established at the 10 miles, and that's established by the state of Michigan.
I know you're not looking at it as that, you're looking at 6 or 10 is greater than 6. But look at it, reverse the philosophy and look at it as to get the 10, there's more flexibility for the 10. So after the 6 right now, it falls back to the state, which is your answer is no, where we can get out to 10 and get more mitigation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kramer?
Yep. I have a few questions and I'm just curious. So 23 years has lapsed since 2001.
Mhm.
Why now? And with the potential of absolutely shaping our region, because it will put certain caps on buildings being built and many trees, I'm sure, in some areas. So what was the alternative? Because there's this zoning, right? So
Yep.
what's the alternative?
So maybe I can answer that first by going back in time. So originally, the city of Traverse City owned the airport. It was its proponent. So in that case, the FAA said because the city owns the airport, they also control the airspace and the zoning function. So there was no issue per se in that case. When the city then took itself out of the airport, that's where we got into this limbo period of basically who's in charge of it, and it didn't really get addressed. Unfortunately, it's just time and getting into some of these development things that we're like, if we want to be able to have those, again, the laws exist, so that's not going to change. It's just whether or not we can mitigate them or not.
Right, but my thought is like, if I were an urban planner, I would just plan the airport outside of the city. And now we have infrastructure already in place inside of the city, which means now that the city has to cater to the airport zoning.
Again, it always has had to under state law, so it doesn't change.
Yeah, this actually gives the city more flexibility.
Again, we're continuing to give.
Yeah.
And an answer to why now, it's just because we're starting to see more and more of these developments come up or these issues come up, and we're in limbo. Like, we've got the state law that's saying you can't do it. We have another law saying you can do it. The state law trumps, and we don't have a good answer. We don't have a good answer as to give to a developer of, well, what happens if nothing gets done? We don't have a good answer. Whereas this mechanism provides us with a good answer to give these developers about what to do when there's a conflict between the two issues, because no longer will there be a conflict. There will be a place for them to go to get the mitigation, to get that flexibility, instead of no on one hand and maybe yes on the other. That's not
another very pertinent example. We've been meeting with the city again, workforce housing, huge issue, right? This is actually a mechanism that could help us with that. Whereas right now, again, under state law, it's a no. So this is actually a mechanism to help us get there.
Just a couple, thank you for doing the workshop, by the way. One comment is, when this airport went up, it was out of town. 12th Street used to be the edge of town. Or 14th Street, and it probably is. I see this as increasing local control, and that's always a good thing.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to boil this down, because we just have a before and after situation. So, I mean, it seems to come down to some questions are down to fees and radius and local or federal control. I mean, so if right now someone has to do this under the current scenario, and they need to send an application to the FAA, state of Michigan, are there fees involved in that process?
Not for the FAA, but yes, for the state of Michigan.
So there is a permit fee that someone's gonna have to pay already, so it's just whether they pay it to the state or they pay it to this local board to review if it takes place. So that, to me, that's a non-issue then. And then we come down to the radius that's in existence and one that might change. Then in essence, what we're asking to recommend is an existing 6.2 mile radius under which we have no local input whatsoever, and that it will probably increase to 10 where we have local input. And in my opinion, that's a good trade-off. So fees don't change, local control is better. I'm just gonna say this is, to me, a pretty straightforward question.
Mr. Richard, I think before next week, if you can get us, I think to answer some of the question here, if we had a flow chart, say, okay, I'm a developer at X. What happens? How does this work? I'm applying to City of Traverse City, Garfield, just pick one of the three, doesn't make any difference.
Sure.
But if it comes in here, because I can see where the flow would come in, like right now, I think if I remember correctly, Grand Traverse County handles all building permits for all the townships. I mean, it's countywide, so each township doesn't do it. They may see it to make sure the zoning is correct, but they're the one who in the end issues the permits.
Correct.
And that counts for the city too. But give that flow. How you gonna do that? But the other way, in that flow, instead of waiting for them to send it, how do you put into that flow that it comes automatically to you also, so you can look at it right now instead of waiting for someone over here, because that's just slowing development on me. I got
So, and I have an answer to that. We're actually already in the county's Epic GT system.
Okay.
And it would just be a matter of changing some programming to integrate us into the permit
Well,
system.
and that's what
So,
I'm asking.
yep.
Create a flow, I mean, you got everything in here, but create a flow chart, how this would work for something
Absolutely.
that happens.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Great
flow
idea.
charts.
I like that.
We'll do. I mean, you still want to finish this up, but I mean, if this moves forward, if that's what they decide, I would suggest that you get one to us as quickly as possible, so that by Thursday we have it in here for your all, so you can see it.
We'll do.
I'm not worried about the B part of it.
I just want to check my understanding. There's existing rules in place. You're not asking to increase those or decrease those. You're just saying, let us, on a local basis, decide whether we can waive some of those or adjust some of those.
Correct.
Yes.
So it's not more control for the builder, but it's more local control to work in the partnership.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Do
We
you-
have a motion on the, that you have proposed, and it's in our board packet.
Page 94.
So,
I guess I think I have to move to recommend at this point. I'm gonna modify, I move to recommend that this board requests the Michigan Aeronautics Commission to define and determine the airport hazard area for the Cherry Capital Airport, TDC, and certify such determination to the County Board of Commissioners for the counties of Leelanau, Grand Traverse, and to the Northwest Regional Airport Authority as authorized by section 17 of the Michigan Airport Zoning Act, MCL 259.447. Support.
any other discussion? Yes, Commissioner Lutner.
So what does this have to do with the Blue Angels and why was that all tied in with this?
It has nothing to do with it.
It was a
Totally separate
Mhm.
issue?
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, we have a motion. Jen, you have it?
I do.
Okay, all those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-1. And we'll be back and we'll look at your flow chart or whatever.
I will get that to Lauren as fast as possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
all.
you. Thank
Yep.
you. very much.
See you next week.
It'd be good to have a before and after, like what you got to do now.
Yep.
And after, is what I think we're specifically. Thank you.
Will do.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I like the delays.
We now have our resource director back. And I would refer you to page 2 of our book.
It's additional.
Kevin or Carrie, before you leave, there's one question you just gotta have. When you establish the fee, you gotta establish the fee under the same guidelines, any township, anybody else. You gotta justify it on actual cost of doing the process.
Definitely.
Thanks, Carrie. You gotta follow the state guidelines.
Yes.
It's not additional.
Okay, Heather, we're back with our item number 1 on our agenda.
All right. So this is something I'm bringing to you. It looks a little formal. It was actually something that started with staff and the departments before I got here as a way to bring unity and kind of celebrate one another and just coming off of my report about staffing and where we are and where we were heading. I'm really happy to be able to present this based, on the staff. So there's a National Public Service Recognition Week that takes place for 2024. It's May 5th through the 11th. In looking at this week, the purpose of it is to admire and honor the people who deliver public service. Well, pretty much fits in with where we are. Before you is a proposal to dedicate a time to acknowledge those who serve Leelanau County. recognizing Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Day in Leelanau County. The proposal would be to take time from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this would be treated as a regular lunch period. There would be nobody paid to attend this. Regular business hours would remain, so staff would rotationally attend without any offices closing. It would be a potluck style luncheon of celebration where staff would bring in things to share. And we would make sure to honor and set up a time for our non-traditional hours for staff who are on non-traditional hours. And honestly, we really would hope that commissioners would feel very welcome to attend with the staff. And I thank you for this consideration. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner O'Gara.
I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. And I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the proposal as presented, recognizing Tuesday, May 7th, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Day for Leelanau County.
Support.
And we have some great cooks here. So.
Any discussion?
It's like a balance sheet, right? So shouldn't we have a recognized taxpayer day as well? Sure, go for it. I think then.
Any other suggestions? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
We now have the sheriff here and the undersheriff here.
Good morning, everyone. So we talked last month about pre-service candidates being able to fund people to go to a police academy ahead of time. This comes from an MCOLS, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Officer Standards grant, and it's available until it's out. Other entities have been taking advantage of it right along. You're hiring people ahead of time. You're basically paying for their academy with MCOLS funding, state funding, and then they get a wage while they're in there. MCOLS also pays up to a certain amount of that wage. So it's kind of a no-brainer for the agencies that have done it. The reason I didn't ask you about this the last couple of years it's been available, we've had a full staff. We haven't had the need and we can't project our next opening. We can guess when people are going to retire, but you don't really ask them when you're going to retire. It's kind of, you don't put the pressure on. So that said, with the local academy here at NMC, the ability of MCOLS pay for it, looking for your support. We've got a couple candidates that want to go through right now. We can anticipate a little bit, but it basically would be like a pre-service hiring. And just to give a little clarity, when I was hired and I worked for the state, the minute you're hired, you're paid. And then they send you to academy and it's paid. Whereas in the sheriff's model around the world, in a small town police department like Central Lake, Bel Air, or Frankfurt, they, as individual students, have to pay up front like a college tuition. So it came up because it's hard to get police officers to put in for police jobs anymore. That with all the negative stuff with the media, that people just don't want to go into police work. Well, when you're running out of cops and you're running out of soldiers and firemen, you're in a world of hurt. So this was MCOL's way of trying to create this. So we're asking for your support. Should we have the need or get the opportunity to put someone through? And again, this may end in a year or two, depends when the grant's over.
Commissioner Kramer.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners allow the Sheriff's Office to develop and implement a sponsored employed recruit program in conjunction with the Human Resources Director and Northwestern Community College to sponsor and employ individuals for law enforcement employment.
Been moved in second. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Leonard.
I'm really good up until the point of development, because at that point, I would like to see it come back to us and make sure we've covered all our bases on that. And then I'm fully in favor of implementing. So thank you for your time. We spent going over this and helping us to understand it. Two things. One, can we get a copy of the grant itself?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The grant parameters and set up by MCOLS, yes.
The next thing, and then the only reason I said to to implement, with the implementation, I think that we need to get some things in line, as we talked about, like the opening salary. I know you've got a recommended salary you want to start.
Yeah, it's less than a regular deputy salary, so we have to sort of approach union and you at the same time, and
We've got some of those bases to cover, and then obviously it should just go to our attorney, although they're somewhat familiar with it, but not totally. So it should go there, but also it was kind of up in the air, like, do we intend to pay mileage or not mileage? You said some departments give the cadets cars to drive to college. I don't think we intend to do that.
I'm kind of taken back that they give them some kind of a patrol car. And I know some of them have been marked cars, and I'm not for that. You know, just like if you're gonna wear a gun, you have to go to Coles Academy. Whereas some agencies for Marine deputies this summer, they'll let them carry a gun and they've never been to an Coles Academy. I would not put us in that liability situation or put that student or new employee in that position ever. So it does, according to Act, they get reimbursed for mileage. So if someone wants to do this and they live down in Kalamazoo, I'm not as inclined to put them in there as one of our local kids or students. If they have local arrangements, it's going to be a lot easier. It's less of a cost to us, and it just is a common sense factor. So I will tell you, we're not giving them a patrol car. As long as I'm sheriff, we're not giving them a patrol car to go to an academy. Not
Mileage
gonna happen.
optional or not?
So it talks about mileage, and then, I mean, like if their residence is more than 50 miles from the academy,
Then
which could be then lodging is part of the grant.
So let's get that stone covered as well. And then also the final thing would be, how can we talked about timing, because it's going to be very difficult. You
It
can
is.
have an opening, but then we can be without a deputy for 10 weeks.
Well, 7 months total by the
7
time
months.
they do.
7 months.
Yeah. That's why we're trying to project ahead. I did some news media work, trying to reach out to, I've been going to schools, talking to kids.
So my concern is that your hands would be tied. You pick a cadet and she's in the program. But in the meantime, you have a retirement and you have an application from a
Exactly.
highly seasoned. You cannot hire the highly seasoned because we're committed to the cadet. Is that correct?
Well,
You must hire them.
it's one of the pressure spots I'm in among many. If we have an opening that comes up immediately, we just hired one yesterday. We're hiring one July 10th, and then we're hiring one sometime after that. He's already in line, already through the academy, just kind of in a waiting mode. So we're gonna try to put him into marine safety capacity for a month or two, try to keep him in the pot. But these 2 openings we have right now, one filled yesterday, one filled in July. So we're gonna have a short period of time here. We're paying more overtime to cover those shifts because we don't have personnel. Both of those people are prior service people. Both are military, both are already working other agencies, so they come with experience. But to hire the new people, this is a very difficult program. We have 2 individuals we'd like to put through, knowing we have these retirements coming up, but we just don't have specific dates. Very difficult.
I mean, your approved authorized staffing levels are set in stone.
Right.
We're not gonna go over them. If we have one opening, we have one position we can fill, period. So if that person's in the academy, yes, that position is spoken for because we are committed to them once we hire them on.
The motion was to develop and implement, and Commissioner Lautner has suggested that it develop and return back. Do we want an amendment or do you want a friendly change to the motion?
We've got lots of time. I was just gonna suggest a friendly amendment that we just drop the implement.
So would you officially make an amendment?
Yes, well, I would move to amend the motion to say for the sheriff's office to develop a sponsored employee recruit program in conjunction with, et cetera. And obviously then that could, it doesn't have to say it comes back to us, but then, and then if.
We'll keep you updated if that satisfies your requirement. I mean.
Yeah, just pull out the implementation for now, bring it back and maybe return for May if you really want to, because the first opening of the school is until August, correct?
The next one is August, correct?
So we've got time. I think that's what.
We have to kind of pre-commit though, Commissioner.
Yes.
We have to sort of get people in line. Right now, we have 2 we have many applications now since this program came out. All of a sudden, people are coming out of the woodwork. Hey, will you sponsor me through the academy? We have a professional soccer player in England, female, and we have a male who's already been 8 years in the Marine Corps, lives local. Both of them have ties right to Traverse City itself. They're both within our radius of local hiring people.
Commissioner Richards.
So
So I'll support the amendment for discussion, but I have a question, just I want to make sure if we take this action and respond in a timely fashion, this will adversely impact the program for you as opposed to just passing the original motion?
Not unless somebody leaves tomorrow.
if
we're
someone leaves,
unaware
yeah, and it could happen. We've had 2 surprise leaves. So I don't think you're looking at this more carefully is a bad idea at all. I'm happy to know you, I think you basically support the concept and idea. You realize we're helping local people. We're helping get people in the field that's basically not being filled. So I'm hoping to go forward with it. But again, I wouldn't want to surprise you. I'd want to come and say, okay, we just found out so-and-so's retiring or so-and-so just took another job. We have 2 people we'd like to put in the August Academy. We need, those academies fill up. They're just like you buy concert tickets. When it's full, it's full.
It's limited to 20 people twice a year, period.
And
Locally. Developed by next week. I mean, it's not gonna be
Yeah.
long to develop. We just have a few of those.
right. Well, let's just say, someone takes another job. Let's say, like, we had one go back to Alaska. We had one leave the field entirely and gonna go into the military. That happens and it's like overnight, it's quick and we're just stuck there with nobody. Luckily, since we did this little news media blast, we have some candidates popping up like these 2 we just hired with experience. So I'll just be open and honest with you. I'll come again and say, hey, we have 2 ready to put in a cooker. Are you good with it? In the meantime, we can go ahead. We can talk to the administrator, the director, Gil Karowski at NMC. We can talk to these people, say the board is supportive, but there has to be an opening. We totally understand the limits of our number of personnel.
So, sorry, and a short answer, as long as this delay is minimal and you can get your stuff.
Between now and noon, it won't affect anything.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Board of Commissioners?
Commissioner.
I'm not for any delay. I think you need to do it right away and not, sometimes officers do leave in a hurry. And even if you hire an experienced officer, you still got to go through certain training before you say, here's a patrol car. Go out on the road.
It's 7 months, basically.
When we hire somebody now, it's 14 weeks before they're working on their own.
Right.
Now we're gonna add another 16 weeks on the front of that. So you're 30 weeks before they're able to put them in a car and let them go on their own. So
I think we need to have them run with it.
I think it's really important that we make sure we get this fully understood and we're not going to delay. There's not going to be a delay. First place, we can get some of these things developed by Tuesday night. This will be on the agenda Tuesday night. If not, we have special meetings coming up all the time. We just do it on a special meeting. If there were a rush.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Jen, could you read the amendment, please?
Sure, Richard's just asking me to do the same thing. So the way I see it, way I have it is, it's a motion by Kramer as stated by what was developed through the sheriff's office, which is to develop and implement a sponsored employed recruit program. Commissioner Lautner's amendment, support by Rexroad, is to strike out the word implement. It's sheriff's office to develop a sponsored employed recruit program in conjunction with human resources.
And I would say this, I mean, right now, between now and noon, there is no implementation to be done because it needs to be developed and ready to roll. We don't have the opening. So.
Okay, so we have the amendment. All those in support of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Amendment approved 5-2.
And who were, I'm sorry, who were the 2 that opposed? Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you to the board for your support. We really appreciate it.
Get us something, we'll call a special meeting if we have.
Okay.
Thank you. We did have some of you took a little break, but some didn't. I'd like to suggest we take a 5-minute break and reconvene with Mr. Ansari.
Okay.
Can do.
Okay.
Yes. That's why you saw my message. Oh, thank you. Never mind. Clarify. If they want to. Well, my understanding is. Just for you, set a contingency. I mean.
Well,
Okay, so, Richard, let me introduce you to Matt. I don't know if you've met Matt Hansel yet. I know you guys are having a meeting on this. So that way you guys can talk about. He doesn't have requested time. Yes, so I'm big about change. He says that's outside. We're not ready. That'll be good, you guys.
These people are gonna come back.
Weather's nice.
Seems to be consistently one absent right here.
Well, we are back. Is the clerk ready? Thank you, Matt. Thanks for being here.
No problem. Thank you. It's come to that time of the year where we have to review our 911 surcharge status. The state of Michigan requires us to report by May 15th every year on what we collect from July 1st of that year to June 30th of the following year. Obviously, this would be too short of a period in order to change that. So my recommendation is to stay status quo. I do not like to raise taxes any more than we have to. But I do want to remind the commissioners, if there is a desire to do so, we need to start those conversations this year for next year, or when those conversations happen, expect that to take place the following year.
So Matt, I noticed the dates
Yes.
on here, so
Yeah.
this is indeed the accurate.
Well, it's last year's. The message is the same, the motion is the same, but the dates that we're talking about are July 1st of 24 to June 30th of 25. So thank you, Commissioner Ross, for bringing that up. My apologies.
Mr. Rush.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve stating status quo for the annual SNC 500 collections and remittance report, and have the 911 director and county clerk digitally complete, sign, and submit the necessary documents online as requested.
Second.
Commissioner Olgar.
Just have one question. Do you need an increase?
Well, that would have to be a discussion for, employee retention and all that good stuff. It could be an asset, but as of right now, it could be one of the options that we could explore later.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, right, Jen?
Yes.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the next action item, we are going to change to a discussion item concerning the Leelanau Township Tower. Originally, when we started this project, the township was going to take care of the zoning and the planning commission aspect of the project. Unfortunately, with the turnover that we had in the supervisor position, that responsibility was not fulfilled. So we are going through the process right now. We don't expect it to be too long of a delay. Worst case scenario, we may have to amend the contract with Midway Electric in order to extend the period for them to conduct the work. We still expect this to happen this year, but right now the contract that we have with Midway would expire in August. So if we had to push construction to fall, we would need to amend that contract. We do believe that the planning commission will view this project fairly favorably, and it does address a public need, a need that the township implored the county to explore. So they passed a resolution a couple of years ago imploring the county Board of Commissioners to assist in filling the gaps that were created, or that were noticed by the broadband project questionnaire that we had. So they implored the County Board of Commissioners to assist in filling that gap, and the commissioners have, and we've been working on this project ever since. So little hiccup, but we will get through it. As far as the driveway is concerned, we do have a couple different options. I have quotes from 2 local vendors, and then Midway Electronics, the vendor that's building the tower, also submitted a proposal. It would be up to the Board of Commissioners how we want to proceed with that. If we wanted to pay everything up front, I would recommend going with a local vendor. If we wanted to explore the option with Midway, they agreed to take 60% of the payment this year and 40% next year. So spread it out over 2 budget years. That may be a favorable option for the board, but Those are what we're able to come to you right now with. I have not heard back from Verizon. It will probably be a long discussion on their part, whether they will take control of that driveway project. I suspect that we will probably have to take that onus on ourselves before we can.
Commissioner Lautner and then Commissioner Rushbrook.
So you're, well, I don't know if it's a final paragraph. What does that say? Where
Yeah, I think it was cut off.
Yeah, there was an email sent out last night that had the rest of the information in there.
well,
Can you read that final paragraph?
Yeah, I did not bring that EDS, sorry.
I have a, if you want me to read it. If you have that from the email that was sent, that would be great, Commissioner Walker, or I'm sorry, Alan.
So you want me to read it?
Wait just a second, I'm the mount right now.
I have approached Verizon Wireless to take on the project in exchange for a period of free rent on the tower, but their decision on this possibility will take a few months to confirm. I was approached by the county treasurer regarding this solution, and it was his opinion the period of lost revenue is not ideal. The project should be paid in full with funds to come from DTR instead.
It is, Matt, your request that we don't take action on the
Correct.
contract until the planning commission and Leelanau Township approves the project.
Yeah, it's my intention just to have this as a discussion item today, no action to be taken. Just to give the board an idea of what kind of solutions we have out there right now. The loss in revenue was not viewed favorably by the treasurer. He believes that we should not lose that revenue, that incoming revenue. So that option was put to you.
Mr. Rickman.
Is there any, I mean, we have two other partners in this project, and these are expenses we did not anticipate to have to pay out of the county budget. Is there any option to approach our other partners, Cherryland and Northport, to say, will you help us with this? Because this was not something that we anticipated, and it most directly impacts
Yes.
the residents in that area.
I suspect that the discussion would not be favorable with Leelanau Township. We would have to renegotiate terms with Cherryland in order to do that. We can start those discussions if the board would prefer.
Is there any objection to exploring a way to mitigate the amount of the Leelanau County has to put out for this? I mean,
I would say a Me-Too clause,
A what?
a Me-Too clause. Obviously, Sharon's not gonna pay 50% if Leelanau Township isn't going to pay some, so we're talking thirds. That's a little bit different story.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, you
We'll look into it. Get back with you.
we'll get it back on the agenda when we hear from the township and when Mr. Lewis does his magic.
I've got this wand. It really works well.
Let's use battery.
We're gonna need that wand.
One of the, and I don't think it's a secret, one of the issues with the current project is some concern on the part of the neighborhood where the tower is going up. And so they will be a part of the public hearing. And they mentioned both environmental and visibility concerns. You have received the approval on the environment.
Yes.
And the wetlands were not
Yeah,
affected.
we're in compliance with what their concerns are. It just needs to be put forth in a public meeting.
Anything else? Yes, Commissioner Lautner.
Well, yeah, you didn't follow our bid policy on this. And I was just wondering why you did not.
Well, the RFP process would have been a lengthy process. I wanted to get a solution to the board that we could act on immediately. Obviously, that has been postponed. But I do believe that we have actionable items that wouldn't be substantially increased in our favor if we were to go through the RFP process.
Okay, well, we've had lots of time in the first place. I guess we've known this road was coming up. And I'm not quite sure what.
Originally, the road commission was going to handle the the construction. So there was no need to go out for an RFP. That has changed and we needed to have an expedited solution. So we did not pursue an RFP process. Now that in hindsight, we probably could have. But I do believe that we have the quotes that we would have received through the RFP process.
And DTR, John thinks we should pay for it out of DTR.
He gave that as an example. The money should be there, but that's for the board decision. The tower fund has been depleted by the construction of the tower on this property. I don't know the status of it. But it was just a recommendation to pursue an avenue like that. It would be a board decision to do so.
Anything else for Matt? Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have our court administrator, Cameron Clark.
Is it still morning? I'll say good morning.
Page 12 of your.
It's good to see y'all. Last fall, we applied for a grant through MMRMA to help us purchase new audio and video equipment for our courtroom C. We followed the exact same grant application that the circuit court had filed the year previous, in which they had been granted that money. It was word for word, basically, and our grant was denied. And it would have paid for half of the equipment, half the cost of the equipment. We still need the equipment, grant or no grant. It's not okay to run a courtroom that doesn't have video and audio capability. Plan B is to ask the commissioners for those funds. You've got my request.
Commissioner Ross.
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners allow for the purchase and installation and the necessary video and audio recording equipment upgrades needed in courtroom C, which serves both the probate and family courts in Leelanau County. The cost of the project would be included in equal parts from within the probate and family court budgets.
Support.
Any discussion? Commissioner Rexroth.
$40,000. I understand it made sense to have that for pricing for the grant, but there is a compelling reason that we wouldn't bid this work out.
Other than BIS is just they've been the vendor that's done all the work in the building for the other courtrooms, and they've actually decreased their bid by $2,000 over the previous bid.
District Court installed BIS equipment last year, and that was covered, as Cam said, with a RAP grant cooperative venture. So same company, same equipment.
There's no one else that's familiar with our courtrooms.
I do need to interject that neither budget has a capital outlay line item. So if they want to share this cost of these two departments, family court and probate court, we would have to amend the budget in each department. I just hot off the press from Andrew was given our taxable value for 2024, and using last year's millage rate, our projected estimated revenue is going to be about $1.1 million higher this year than what we budgeted.
I'll take it.
Me first.
Stand
in line.
That was going to be my question as well, is why we looked at us out to bid, but my question was going to be whether it was compatibility. But so it sort of is, but not entirely then.
Not entirely.
Okay.
This is all new equipment, correct?
It's all new.
So there's no compatibility issue with the equipment.
No, what we have now is what was installed in 2008 when the building was completed.
Did we get a reason for the denial of the RAP grant?
Yes, they said that it wasn't They said that it wasn't going to mitigate risk for the county, which was just erroneous.
There's no appeal process.
I'm gonna support the need for the equipment and installation. I know it's necessary, but I will not support this motion because of the lack of a bidding process.
Any other comments? Commissioner Lautner?
So obviously, because we just dealt with this issue and I've been getting increasingly alarmed with the amount of times we just are not following our RFP process. That being said, I appreciate what Commissioner Rexroth just said. So time-wise, so we put this out for bid. It's going, so we could still have this all in place by this summer. If we followed our bid process. I just, and I'm all for it. I certainly understand your need for all the proper equipment in those courtrooms. In fact, in the meantime, if nobody's in B, you can go to B, correct? And use the video equipment there, or A?
We typically do not.
You typically don't, but you could if it's an important case that you want a video.
Yeah, that'd be the judge's call, I suppose.
Okay.
Just in terms of the bidding process, we start off with BIS. They were told that they were the vendor back when the board approved the grant application last year. And so I understand the point being made by two of the commissioners, but it seems odd that we would go back to them and say, you're no longer the vendor just because we didn't get the grant.
I'm not sure that we said that they were gonna receive the contract at that moment, because they do other work here. It would have been appropriate for them to provide us with a budget to apply for the grant. That's something that's normally done by contractors who work for someone on a regular basis. I don't think that our choice to say, okay, thank you for spending a budget so that we can apply for a grant was a commitment to use them as a contractor.
Commissioner O'Gara?
I will support this because I generally feel that if they have done the equipment in the rest of the court for consistency, lack of confusion, and they know our systems, I think it makes sense to use the same person who did the original bid. And changing it just because we didn't get a grant for it, I'm not sure why.
Any other comments? I also will support it for the reasons that Commissioner Auger is talking about. But Mr. Lewis, I think you've heard twice already this morning that the board is concerned about our bid policy and following it, and let's do that.
So did we follow the bid policy last year on the original?
No, we never got to that point.
Had they done?
I mean, it was assumed, I guess, last year that because BIS put together the
Oh, circuit? It was circuit, sorry.
Same amount of money and they paid 19,000.
Yeah.
And it was through the budget process. And then Cam came in to do the same thing last year. We just didn't put it in the budget because we didn't have it for sure.
Right.
When it was time for print, where circuit court did.
The only thing that I would also say that you as a body can waive the bid process if there's a legit, if you feel like that a legitimate reason is there. It's up to staff to bring you that legitimate reason. So next week, when you see this, if we're going to wait to get move forward with it in this particular case, there'll be a sound reason why staff feels like you should waive the bid. So, but I agree with you. You got a process, you follow the process. So moving forward, get that a little bit clearer. Thank you.
And if I may just add, the board just recently approved a request from BIS to upgrade the equipment here. So it may be an opportunity to have a conversation with BIS if they're coming here to do the work here, And that may be part of the justification. So Richard, you want to reach out to
Yeah.
BIS, you.
We will work that
Leelanau.
through. But right now, this is where you are. I don't have a whole lot of time to go backwards. I just know how to go forward, so.
Thank
we'll
you.
just get it correct. So,
We have a motion on the table. Any other questions or concerns?
Could we add to funds to come from the general fund?
can we put
So we
that-
have some direction.
We'll put it in the final motion for next week. Is that okay? All we're doing is just moving this forward today, right? This is not a final.
Well, the motion isn't to move it forward, but the motion does move it forward. But if this body would rather just move it forward without taking action on the motion, we can do that as well.
But I'm just saying that if you want to, typically you would also amend the budget at that point in time. If the treasurer says we need to do an amendment, we put it all in one fell motion. I'm just assuming that next, you gotta understand, I know what we did in the municipal side, so the county, I'm just trying to make sure I get the process right, so we don't have to come back and do another motion later on. I'd rather do this one fell swoop, we got it all done in one action. And that action will take place next week. So because that's when you make the final decision. That's how I see it in my brain, as I sit here. You've seen it, you've had it, you're studying it, you look at it. Okay, yeah, let's move it to the next step. The next step is next Tuesday night. That's the final step. And everything that's missing goes in at that point in time as a final motion. That's my brain.
But can't we make a amendment to this motion now and then it could be on the consent?
If it's agreed upon with Commissioner Ross and Commissioner Alguier and O'Rourke, you would add that you're waiving the bid process for the purchase and installation, and you would add the funds to come from the general fund.
I would agree to that.
And I would put in the amount.
Good by the support, the Alguier?
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner.
That would defeat our purpose. Totally. So if we are going to go to BIS and say, you're coming here anyway, can you do better than 40,000, 37 something? Then why would we have a motion Tuesday night to approve it and at that amount? If we move it forward, then that gives administration a week to say, hey, gee, you're coming anyway. We do want to use you.
We do have a motion on the floor, so we must vote on that motion. Then if that fails, we can have another motion to move it forward to next week.
You could also withdraw the motion.
I didn't hear a willingness to do that. So we have a motion. Would you read the motion, Jen?
Okay, well, it was amended and agreed to, so it's motion by Ross to recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to waive bid policy and allow the purchase and installation in the necessary video and audio recording equipment upgrades needed in courtroom C, which serves both the probate and family courts in Leelanau County. The cost for the project would be included in equal parts from within the probate and family courts budgets, funds to come from the general fund.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say the same.
Aye.
I think we need a roll call vote because I couldn't count. I couldn't hear.
Yeah, that was a little terrible.
All right, Commissioner Ross,
Aye.
Commissioner Wessel,
No.
Commissioner Alguier,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
No.
Commissioner O'Rourke,
Yes.
Commissioner Rexroth.
No.
4-3 passes.
We'll be back on our agenda next week, but we can modify it and our final motion next week could be different. Thank you. Thank you, Cameron.
Thanks, Jen.
We now have Buzz Long here. And is Steve Christensen with you?
Yes.
You're not brave enough to come up here without him.
That's right. He's only been doing these things for 34 years.
Thank you.
I think you,
Page
29.
28.
you may remember back in January when I did the update, I told you I would probably be back shortly to request a fee increase. So here we are. We haven't had a fee increase since March of 2018. Previous to, well, it's been 16 years and this would be in 16 years, this is our second request for fee increase. The Conservation District has always been and always will be. Their motto is to protect the natural resources of Leelanau County. I think development right now is the main issue with our resources in Leelanau County. Like I said, the district has been doing soil erosion permits for 34 years. I'm not sure how many fee increases there have been beyond those 16 years that I've been here, but I'm sure probably a couple. It's been a month's worth of looking at what other counties in the area are charging for their permits. We are by far the lowest in the area currently. And so even the new fee increase reflects a lower amount than many of the counties in the area. So if you look at the two fee schedules that I provided, the old one and the one we're proposing, just to look at some of the changes that we're reflecting, we've increased the number of categories and increased those based on the size of the soil disturbance. So that we have, a smaller disturbance gets us a smaller fee. We did add a new category for new construction under residential. The reasoning for that is because new construction creates so much more disturbance. You have disturbances for putting in the utilities, for the septic systems, for stormwater control systems. You have the driveway and then finishing up with landscaping. It's new construction just is much more soil disturbance. So that's the reason for the major increase in that. We've also increased the length of the permit to be 1.5 years rather than the current 1 year. This reduces the need for doing extensions. So in essence, that's providing a benefit to the developers in doing that.
These are developer costs?
Well, there's,
Well,
yeah, that's, I guess a landowner is a developer too if he's building a house. That's what I'm saying.
And then Commissioner Lautner.
I just had a quick question. Buzz.
Yeah.
Have you done an analysis to identify approximately how much more revenue this would generate for soil conservation based on these increases, based on? the
Yes, it's around 50,000 that it would create more revenue for. Yeah, and we're basing that on needing another person to employ to do these, because currently we've got well, as of tomorrow, we'll be one less than we had. Our new employee, Alex, has resigned and is done at the end of this week. So we'll be going into training again and hiring another person. As you know, also, Steve is leaving us probably the end of the year, and we're going to have to replace him. I probably won't be too far behind. So we got a lot of changes coming with the district.
Commissioner Lautner.
Buzz, I honestly just think it's too big of a jump. I appreciate that it's been since 2018, but I have had concerns with people in the county trying to build, either they've mostly been residential. And it's one fee on top of fee on top of fee on top of fee, and it's thousands of dollars in permitting just to build a home. On one hand, we're saying, hey, we need homes that are affordable in this county, and yet we're slamming them with thousands of dollars worth of fees. And I don't know that it's necessary to go this high, this fast. Myself.
Well, you know, if you're just looking at residential, there's no fee there that's close to $1,000, so.
I know
Yeah.
thousands of dollars by the time they do their building and their erosion and their
I understand, I know that.
mechanical and plumbing, and it just goes on. And then you've got it again, additional, you know, I get that. If you've got a really sensitive area and it takes additional visits, I can understand that. But
Exactly.
but when you have an area that's not anywhere near water, and we're still hitting them with these kind of fees, I think it's high.
Well, that's, go ahead.
And I look at the change, it's a $10 increase for residential, correct? Like from $90 to $100. A little bit more soil disturbance goes from 140 to 150. So I don't really think the main increase is being those smaller landowners. It looks like some of the larger increases are coming from our large commercial development.
Exactly,
Construction
yeah.
over, look at new construction.
One person at a time, please.
Okay. Well, read them all.
Well, that's what I'm reading, you know, an engineered residential up to one acre went from 196 to 500, right? Is that one of them? So
Yeah.
That's a big one, but I think the main ones are small, so perhaps we need to look at just the justification for those.
Yeah.
And maybe you have that justification.
Well, the justification is there's very few residential engineered. And the ones that you do have, they're requiring the putting in of permanent structures usually, and having those be designed on where a simple typical residential would be, you know, silt fence on the boundaries and fairly simple stuff. But if it requires, if we call for it to be engineered, then you're having to put structures in, sediment basins, things like that. And so we need to be back out on those sites several times during the construction.
Following up on Commissioner Ross, I mean, the soil disturbance up to 225 or 500 square foot, I mean, there's no one building houses here.
No,
less than
no.
225 or 500 square feet, so that increase wouldn't apply to like somebody building a house. That's, I don't really know what those projects are.
Decks additions.
Additions. Yeah.
But I think probably the
decks.
one thing that, in a little bit of deference to Commissioner Lautner, the soil disturbance over 500 up to 1 acre, that's kind of like your typical residential house. 'Cause you have
Yes.
a line item for over 2,500 square feet. So if your concern is like the people here are trying to build a reasonably small house, I guess I would ask, is there any chance of looking at that particular line item and maybe adjusting another fee somewhere else? I mean,
Well,
the developers and the stuff, well, that's part of the cost of doing business. And so, because that one is like an 80 or 90% increase in itself, and that probably covers most of the people that would be building a smaller house in the county.
One thing we're running into is more site visits. If you look at all the subs that have all the lots that are typically the ones that are picking up now, they're picking up the ones that are left. And there's a reason that those lots were left. They're very difficult. We can run into a residential site that needs to be wrapped with silt fence, maybe 2 courses, and we get partway through and it has to be reconstructed because of a rainfall. So we get large rain events, and we're out on a lot of sites now that are more critical. And we're getting a lot of calls and we're getting a lot of go backs. So we're running into a system that's not only do we get more go backs, but we are doing more soil erosion control permits than any county in the state. We've gone from 350 to 500 to 600. And you just do a little bit of math there and you see how we're running around just to do them and then to get back on the critical ones. Now we have more and more and more and more critical ones. So, you know, we're asking for an increase to be competitive to hire a person and replace me. And we don't even know, well, we know we're going to have enough to get that one person on board. But we struggled with the system and trying to fit it into a more modest increase compared to a lot of the counties around us. So we're looking at trying to get a person to come here and do a very difficult job. Being a regulator is a very difficult job. And it takes a certain amount of moxie and grit, and it also takes a certain amount of, I got to get along with my guys. I got to make sure this thing works. So it's a real interesting thing to do. It's a difficult thing to do. This is going to get us to the doorway to get a person and try to keep a person.
Commissioner Lautner and then Commissioner Rushbrook.
So I'm not buying your argument that that's all that's left. All you have to do is drive around this county and you'll see a lot of building sites. And I'm gonna point one out to you that's going right now. And that's between Lautner Road and Solon Road. Down on 72, where it's proposed between 250 to 500 homes, depending on what they're approved for. And that's all sand. There's not a lake, river, stream anywhere near that. So it's not all that's left. A whole lot of farm fields left that will be developed, unfortunately, sooner than later, including those. So here you have a developer trying to build homes that are potentially affordable. And it's absolutely impossible because not only are building costs up, obviously, but then we just slam with the fees. So I could have approved something modest, but I think these are too much, especially for residential. But then in commercial, so well, we're going to hit the commercial. What is the commercial going to do? The commercial is going to just pass it on down to whoever wants to buy their product. And is it going to chase someone out? I don't know. But I just think they're a little bit high myself.
Commissioner Rushbrook.
So I certainly agree with the need to increase because everything's going up and you need to get confident. One question I might ask is there a possibility, because like the construction permit world, I mean, if additional inspections are required, you pay for those per visit. So would there be a way to look at this fee structure and say, you know, the basic fee is this, but if we needed, you know, this includes one site visit. An additional site visit is $100. I mean, so then the people that are using a piece of property that's highly complex and has those problems, they would pay for those situations, and someone who has a simpler, easier situation wouldn't have to provide the funding for the balance of the rest. I don't know if that's something that's been entertained or if you want to look at that. I mean, it's like the building, plumbing permit, electrical permit, that they include on a permit that says you get a rough and inspection, you get this, and you're done. And if you need additional inspections, they are this much per visit.
Yeah, we did look at that and thought about doing something like that, but just really don't want the impression that we're going back doing site visits to get more money and make more money. This isn't, you know, it's not for profit that we do this. So
it also increase our office work.
We'd have
to have a system, a new system in place to chase that whole thing around. Yep.
I just need some clarification. You have somebody leaving and you'll replace that person.
Yes.
You said that you need more money because you're doing more work. So are you looking to hire 2 more people?
Yes.
I like,
Yeah, we're,
you could figure out how to charge. I like that idea of putting in there that if there are more site visits needed, then there'll be more fees, because then you're not penalizing somebody who's got the perfect easy site. And they're helping to pay for. It's never fun to develop a new system, but I bet you can do it.
Commissioner Roth.
Do we know if the building codes, construction codes, do they have a system like that? I think you're opening up yourself to more problems than you're creating more problems, I think, in the fee structure, to be honest. I know the work that these gentlemen do. You know, I work right beside them. They're working hard to make sure that our natural resources are being protected, our water, our precious resources. I think scrimping on this is not serving us or any of the residents in this community. I agree that this is kind of a new construction, that 80% increase is a little high. I hope you don't come to us again and ask for an increase like this, but if you can justify that these numbers are what you need to make this work, I want to support the work this is being done, because it's very important.
yeah, the increase on that new construction is substantial for sure. But as I pointed out, there's so much more involved with new construction than there is with just a simple remodel or something like that.
Mr. Long, you have your board. And
Yes.
Your board approved this. What kind of discussion did your board have, and what concerns, and was it?
These very same things, and we've gone round and round with it and came up with several different fee schedules and systems to looked at what Traverse City was doing, and we were looking at doing it by the matrix, where you say, okay, you take a basic fee and then you go out and do the site visit, and then you determine what the full fee would be based on how difficult the site is. And they scrapped that right away. They did that for about 2 years.
What was your vote? You're 3-1?
It was 4-1. Yeah,
4-1.
4-1.
7-person board?
5. person. Yeah.
4-1.
Mhm.
Hey, do we have a motion on the floor? We do not have a motion. Does somebody want to make a motion?
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners the approval of the Leelanau Conservation District's revised soil and erosion and sediment control fee schedule as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 5-2.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to say that part of the reason is the money is gonna come out of our tax base. Anyway.
Not our taxpayer pocket?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, we have our Senior Services Director here. Here she comes. And I hope you're going to tell us about Senior Expo too.
Oh, you betcha. June 18th, 10 to 2 at the Suttons Bay High School. Same location, same setup. It's a well-oiled machine. So if you would like to help in any manner of setup throughout the day, just send me an email and I will get you on the list with duties as assigned.
Don't we usually also greet at the door?
That is one of the duties. So.
Okay, our first item on our agenda is the agreement with AAA.
We have an exciting opportunity that area agency received grant funds to support caregivers in their region. So part of our region's area agency team constructed a caregiver support series, and that will have the opportunity to gain knowledge, information, to share tools and resources with our caregivers of our seniors who are aging in place. Typically, unpaid caregivers are family and friends, taking care of those struggling with Alzheimer's or dementia. And the funding will help provide them with the education and the knowledge, the resources surrounding dementia specifically. At the just one percentage I want to share with you is Gail recently attended the ASA conference in San Francisco. And one statistic that stood out to her in this whole conference was 63% of caregivers have an increased risk of death before the person they're caring for. 63%. So we're talking specifically about dementia caregivers, but I think this is for caregivers across the board too, just to have the resources for those caring for our seniors living in the county.
Commissioner Rush.
I move to recommend to the county board, that the county board of commissioners approve the agreement between the Area Agency on Aging of Northwest Michigan and Leelanau County Senior Services to support AAA and caregiver support program through the Dementia Caregiver Series. The contract agreement is March 21st, 2024 to September 2024, pending legal counsel review and approval. Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0.
Thank you for that. That's needed.
It's an exciting opportunity for sure. The next one is the EDS as regards to Senior Project Fresh. We've been doing this for at least 10 years, probably longer. It's an opportunity where our seniors who go through income asset testing qualify to receive coupons to turn into the local farmers markets throughout the county.
So I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners accept this memorandum of agreement between Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, MDHHS, and Behavioral and Physical Health and Aging Services Administration, BPHASA, and Leelanau County Senior Services for Senior Project Fresh, pending legal review.
Support.
I think it was Commissioner.
I think Doug beat me.
At least he was louder.
I put them both.
Okay.
So in reading this, it does say, what's the word you used to him, that not qualified.
Assets.
No, the farm markets themselves that are involved. Gosh, where did I read that? At any rate, it's really important these coupons don't go into farm markets that are not involved in the project.
They are approved. They are only accepted at approved.
They're accepted.
Yes.
If there's a person working the farm market, they can tell them they're not approved. However, if nobody's working the farm market and the coupons are left at the farm market, then products taken with no way to recoup.
It's per vendor, so they know if they're, I'm not understanding what
So
you're
what's
saying.
happening is these coupons are often left at self-serve farm markets that are not involved in the program. So we just need
I
to remind
self-serve.
the seniors that they have to make sure that sign needs to be up. And if
Sure.
they're a participant is a word, then otherwise there's no, there's no recourse for self-serve farm markets that have lost product.
Understood. I'll make that note in the letter they receive.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
There's a third EDS, and this is from Around the Corner Food and Fun, and it's for sack lunches for our senior expo. It's one of the catering contracts.
I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners to accept the catering contract between Around the Corner Foods and Leelanau County Senior Services for the purpose of providing 200 sack lunches for the Senior Expo to take place June 18, 2024, not to exceed $1,200.
Support.
Support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Is that enough?
I know.
We have three vendors, local restaurants providing
Oh, okay.
about 600 sack lunches.
Okay, so this is the only one you've got ready to go right now.
The other ones are going to be an invoice, not a catering contract. Thank you.
We now are up with Gail and planning. Thank you, Gail. First item is our remonumentation on page 44.
Hi, this is a request from the Planning Community Development Office. It's just a remonumentation grant that we receive every year. Once I have this approved, then I can bring back the individual contracts that we have with each of our surveyors and ask for your approval on those.
Mr. Rush? I mean, yeah, Gwen. Commissioner Logan?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the 2024 remonumentation grant in the amount of $31,996. Is there a fund?
No.
Okay.
Support.
Any discussion?
Just that since Gwen made that motion, when all those contracts come in, she also has to read all of those motions.
Wow.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Yes. I guess
Should be page 63.
Page 63, Parks and Recreation.
Yes, actually pages 63 through 67. 64 through 67 are the MMRMA risk assessment that was conducted last August. The project before you is to mitigate the risk that was incurred with the third bullet item down on page 66 under Miles Kimberly Park. Okay.
Mr. Lewis, I know you did some background work on this yesterday. Could you speak to it?
Yeah, I was looking at this and to say the least that the item as relates to the risk management is done. This is a bigger project than just wood chips at one specific location at a playground. I'm going to be getting with our maintenance team and start going through this because there's a lot of different risks that are involved here. And we're going to have to take a bigger picture than just spending $6,000 on just some wood chips. That will go away sometime in the future. I have no problem if you want to go ahead and buy the wood chips. I can't promise you at this point that the county staff will have the time, with everything else, to put these down in a proper manner. Because if you don't put them down properly, then it doesn't do us any good. So you can go ahead and purchase them, but I may be bringing something back to you to go a little bit deeper and a little bit further. We're going to be talking at the special session as it relates to a grant, which I would like to be going, which I have no problem applying for it, but you're only going to get back, you're applying for $5,732, of which the grants are going to cover half of it if they approve it. I think we need to be putting together a much bigger program of looking at how do we go out and apply to MMR, their special fund, for $30,000, and we're going to match it with $30,000. But I need to go through every one of these with the maintenance staff and say and maybe with MMR, which are critical, which could be put off for a little bit of time, but we need to be thinking, in my humble opinion, seeing this, I looked at this and I went, oops, I don't know if I want this. This is big. This body has been put on notice. You got issues out there that we have to deal with. And that's what we're going to have to deal with. This is going to be one of those critical items that I see that's going to come forward. I'd go ahead and purchase the wood chips and we can put them there, but I want to make sure they get installed properly in accordance with how these things should be put in place, because if not, then we haven't done ourselves any favor. We just bought a bunch of wood chips. So those are things that I want to continue to work with in the next week or so or month to put together a bigger grant. We can apply for the one you've got, but I've also got on my list grant writers. It's not fair to ask a commission member to go out and write grants. You know, you can hire grant writers on contract, they can do it per contract, you know, whatever. But I need to research that, get it back to you. And so that when those grants go in, we've got a better shot at it, because that's what they do for a living. They get you grants, you know. Don't ask me to write a grant. You would be going backwards, you know, but, you know, so these are things that, this is just one small item to a bigger picture that we need to deal with. So,
Commissioner Ross and then Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, I totally appreciate that sentiment, and I'll work with whoever, everybody, to move this forward. But I do want to say that Charlie Goodbout and Don Freericks and myself and John Aarons on the Miles Kimmerly Park, we take this very seriously.
I agree.
And to sit and not take advantage of a situation where we can mitigate this liability concern that's been identified, I believe, since 2017 to us, is the wrong decision. So I want to go forward with it. I also want to say that I did solicit a support letter from our early childhood education program. So Autumn Jurek with the Benzie Health Department wrote me a letter and says, you know, they do use that park as part of their parenting communities playgroup opportunities. So we are sending our kids there on a county supported program to play on playground equipment that's not safe. That has to change today. I will not leave this room without this being put forward to say to the families of Leelanau County that we put your safety first, and for $2,700, that would be a crime if we did not do this today, so.
So I would agree with you, whether we get the grant or not, we need to do this. We're not doing this, in my humble opinion, if you approve this, we're gonna move, I would like to say we're moving forward. We don't care if we get the grant. We don't, well, I know you care. I mean, don't get me wrong. This has to be done regardless.
Absolutely.
This is where we are right now. This is where Leelanau County is right now. You know, we're talking about, you know, the items here by the swing set. I'm looking at the item that's just right above it. It's just as concerning to me. And there's a lot of items in here. So this is not just one playground. This is just one small piece of a bigger issue that this county is going to have to deal with. Your management, your risk management group, your insurance carrier has given you on notice that you've got issues here that have to be dealt with, whether you like it or don't like it. But this is where you are, and it falls on the county at this point.
Commissioner Lautner.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. And that's kind of where my thought was going with, if we're going to go to MMRMA for a grant, we ought to be asking for something that is going to take care of the whole issue. So I agree with that 100%. To go to them and ask for 5,000, just didn't make a whole lot of sense, since especially if you look at just wood chips, all of the parks need the wood chips. That's what it does say in here. They all need them. And it's a big job. And I know it has to be engineered, so it's not just the cost of the wood chips, because we're dealing with this in our township at our park. It had to be dug way down. You had to bring in the material, and then you have to bring it in every year besides. We had talked to MMRMA that looked at this, and maybe it was, whatever that was, 17, with a concern on that, and asked them, should we take the swing sets down, or should we take the slides down? And they're like, no, just, you know, it has to be addressed at some point. So they didn't recommend we take the swings down by any means, but I suppose that is an option until, especially if we're going to look at new playground equipment at that park, then that would make sense to do that at the same time, but do it rather than do it piecemeal. I guess that's my thought. Do it as a project.
Commissioner Rush.
I would just like to say again, I've been on this commission. This is my 15th month of serving on the Parks and Recreation Committee and on this board. we have done nothing to address this. I have done a little bit of work. Other people who I serve with have done a lot of work. It's time just to act, and then let's go forward. I don't believe that us putting in a grant for $2,800 is gonna take away our opportunity to ask for a larger grant. I think that's not an applicable argument in this situation. I would say this board needs to say thank you to the volunteers that serve our community well by serving on commissions, support their initiatives, including mine, and let's just move forward. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Lewis, you said yesterday, if we approved the purchase of the wood chips and the installation of the wood chips, we could at that time, after they were installed, submit that to.
Yeah, I have to go back and research grant, but if we want to apply for that one right now, if they approve it, great. That's one less thing we got to do. That's at the next, that's gonna happen at your special session.
The date for,
Buy the wood chips.
the date for
We need to buy
submitting that
more than
grant
these
is
wood chips.
imminent.
Huh?
April
We need
10th,
to-
which our meeting is tomorrow.
And
This doesn't even have the engine, this doesn't have the excavation in here.
So
There's no excavation
the
cost.
committee, and we discussed this at the Parks and Recreation Committee at the commission meeting last week. So we have reviewed all this. So the committee met with Scott Bradley and got a estimate of him of how much time it would take to do the work. We've got a tractor, we've got a week of his, that's what the agreement was when we wrote the grant, when we tried to write the grant.
We asked the Parks Department, I mean, the Maintenance Department, if they had the capability, the equipment and the labor available
And he did.
to do the excavation work and the compacting work after the wood chips are put in. Their response was, yes, they had, and they gave us an estimate of about $1,000 total cost for the labor component to do it.
and
So that's why
fine.
that's what this is based on.
Yeah, that's one small piece of a very large. That's what I'm looking at for the bigger picture. This is just one
Yeah.
small piece. And that's fine.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Okay.
I have submitted a letter to the Maintenance Department for Old Settlers Park specifying about 9 items
Well,
to remedy these things
and
for
that
them to
comes
do.
Back to here, because if they're doing just there, that's other maintenance items that aren't getting done. I haven't met with the maintenance people, and I understand there are topics over there that have to be dealt with. And I gotta make sure all maintenance is taken care of, not just here.
Now,
So what's the big picture?
as far as the grant is concerned, the grant guidelines are only for new capital installation and not for maintenance activities. So at Miles Kimberly, at Old Settlers and at Veronica Valley, both of those playgrounds already have wood chips. So the resolution is to augment and then add additional material to those beds. And that would be considered a maintenance item and therefore is not subject to the grant. I mean, we've researched what the grant can get and how much we can ask for. And that's why this is before you today, because we think we're ready to run with this one.
Commissioner Rexroth.
So I mean, yeah, we have a lot of things to do and we have a single thing here to do. I guess my only one question is, consensus is that doing this doesn't jeopardize further work or grant opportunities. So then I can't see any reason not to do it. I mean, if it jeopardize further work, we know we have further work, then I would have to say no, but if it doesn't do that, then let's get this done. That's one thing done. I mean.
Oh, well, and I'm not arguing that point. I'm not saying don't approve this. Go ahead, please. You know, we gotta put the wood chips in. That's not an option, whether we get the grant or don't get the grant, submit the grant. And if they consider wood chips capital items, I mean, the auditors aren't gonna probably capitalize it, but if they want to pay for that and reimburse us for half the wood chips, great. You know, but it doesn't mean that we're not gonna apply again in the next cycle, because there is another cycle when, who's there again? Commissioner Ross. There's another cycle, what, in July or something? That's what I'm looking at for the bigger picture. I was going back for another $30,000.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
No, you don't. Oh, where is it?
Commissioner Olga?
Are you making? Move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive board policy and approve the purchase of engineered wood fiber mulch for the Miles Kimberly Park from Deering Tree Service as quoted in an amount
not to exceed $5,732.50.
Support. Any further discussion? All those in support, did you? raise your hand?
No, I just was gonna say, I don't have a chip on my shoulder. Let's go.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 6-1. Thank you. Thank you. We now have the,
I have just a technical question. So are you doing the RAP grant application?
session.
So you're not gonna make a recommendation now
That's
to
at the
put it to
special.
the special? I just want to make sure.
it's on the special session.
It's on the special session.
Okay, yes, the county clerk had just given me that she had thought that you had to make a motion now to recommend this, so that at your special session, you're approving it. But I could be wrong. You see what I mean? I don't,
I thought it was because that they thought they were gonna approve it
right,
at the last meeting,
right.
and they didn't, so we had to have a special meeting so that we
Yes.
can approve this motion.
The agenda item states on here that this is a Miles Kimberly Playground Wood Chips prior RAP grant submission approved under the agenda. So I think I was just looking for clarification. The RAP grant submission hasn't been approved yet, but it's on the agenda as it was. So you don't need to recommend, you're just gonna do that at the
We should
special.
do that. At the last meeting, we voted on a motion that wasn't made.
Okay.
And
But I know that part, but
we
this
had,
is.
we had
here's the
discussion,
motion. That's-
but we didn't
Here's
approve
this
it.
package, which is right now.
We need to correct the records.
I believe so. It won't move forward, but you, at the executive, you're recommending to the full board at your special session is that correct? I
Yes.
just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
so we
Would
are
the commissioner
doing,
be willing to make that motion, please?
so moved. Okay, it's a motion to recommend to the Leelanau
Support.
County Board of Commissioners
Okay.
to approve the submittal of the MMRMA RAP grant by the Parks and Recs Commission to provide engineered wood fiber in the playground area at Miles Kimberly Park.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The reason why we're having a special meeting is because you can take action at that.
Yes.
If the board takes action on that vote now, you're delaying it till next Tuesday.
No,
No,
this
the
is to
motion-
recommend it to the special session. They haven't recommended it. They didn't, the last meeting at the board.
All
of
right, if it's just a
Commissioners-
motion to recommend it to
It
the
is,
special meeting,
yep.
it seems like an extra step, but.
Yep,
Fair.
it was just missed the one time. So who made the motion? So who?
Rexroad seconded. All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-1. Thank you. We now have Mr. Campbell here to join Gail and Steve. And Mr. Campbell has a update on the fish project and then a request from Parks and Recreation for purchase.
My approach, you guys?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you might have to share.
You guys might have to be ready.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. I put this together last year.
Yes.
So this one and this one. This recommendation will be special session after this meeting.
Thank you.
Mind if I step in?
No, go ahead.
Well, first, thank you so much for all your service. Thank you for an opportunity to explain a little bit about Kids Fishing Day, and I do appreciate that time. I know you guys are busy, and I know it's past lunch. And thank you to Commissioners Ross and Lautner for your work at the Parks and Rec. They've been a big supporter of Kids Fishing Day. And I'm only here, and Kids Fishing Day only exists because of the support of the residents, businesses, and governments in Leelanau County. But it is truly a grassroots effort. The combination has made Kids Fishing Day the largest youth fishing event in the state of Michigan. You know, that just takes a lot of hands, a lot of work, a good concept and folks who are willing to follow through. We raise, I know you've got a big expense in front of you. I understand money's tight.
we raise about that same amount, about $8,000 through organizations and businesses. A wide array of organizations, Grand Traverse Band, Lake Leelanau Lake Association, organization named PATH, Passing Along the Heritage, of which I'm a board member, Cherryland Electric, Cedar Rod and Gun Club, Lake Leelanau Community Association, businesses such as Dick's Poorhouse, Narrows Resort, Leelanau Enterprise, Narrows Yacht Club. But really Leelanau County government is, I mean, you guys own the property. You're kind of, you're the key to this whole thing. And you've had on your agenda earlier, you've talked about mental health, you've had public safety. And last month, I think you approved the child millage. And I'm here to tell you, I think Kids Fishing Day is a contributor to all of those things. I think that it is very helpful as far as getting the youth of Leelanau County something to do that is family orientated. I have had recently, Kids Fishing Day is like one day, but we plant all these bluegills and they are there for the entire summer. Last year, we have some disgruntled bluegills. We put them in and it was, as you remember, last year it was really hot and we had like 3 days of overnight. It never got below 70. They didn't eat near as good as the kids who ate about 600 hot dogs, drank a bunch of pop and potato chips and truly enjoyed themselves. As I say, I'm here not because of me, but because there are just a lot of volunteers and folks who really enjoy this activity. So if you have any questions of me, I'd be glad to answer them. Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions?
Well, that could happen too. You may not like the result because your hot dog count will go up. With 20 grandkids, you're gonna lose them.
Commissioner Retro.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of fish from Lagus Fish Farms to restock ponds at Veronica Valley Park, preparation for Kids Fish Day, in an amount not to exceed $8,566. Funds to come from 101.850.756.727.000.
Support.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
What is the date?
June, last Sunday, I think it's the 30th. It's the last possible day it could be because it's the last Sunday in June.
Better fishing and better weather.
Absolutely. I guarantee.
There other questions?
I echo everything you said. It is just an absolutely phenomenal day. And I think turnout increases every year. It's hard to believe, but more and more the banks get crowded and the bridge is crowded and but I wanted to know how many worms got away. I know several got away with my crew.
It's only a temporary escape. So there's no real freedom for a worm in that pond.
Okay, all those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Alan. Now, Alan, you may stay for the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, well, it does pay to be at the end. That didn't take very long, did it?
We now have our Leelanau County policy review update for the administration.
Yep, I'm gonna forward 2 documents around to you for your review. So the first one is a document that is from Lauren, and I want to thank her again for putting together some information. There was a request at the last board meeting to look at some of the discrepancy with the policies listed on our county website. And so Lauren was able to take a look at past history. There were, I think about 5 different policies that are listed on our policy listing that are not active. And so we were able to confirm that based on a motion that was made back, I believe it's attached in the document there, March 12th, 2023, there were several policies that were stated as being rescinded. So they are still listed as policies. It's not typical to remove them from a listing, but they are not active. So they're not active on the site, but they're listed as past policies. We can certainly clean that up with the new board, with the new website that we're in the process of doing, and that way it'll remove that confusion. So the suggestion is it doesn't need to be a motion, but we'll just clean those up at the next meeting. The other item, you'll see there's a communication from Matt Nordford, and this is specific to the question about our board policy that addresses accessing or assessing corporate counsel policy. There was a question in terms of, is this a policy legit, or should it be expanded, or is there, other recommendations? I actually would recommend that we maintain the current policy. You can see the recommendation, or not recommendation, but the example given is from Grand Traverse County. Their policy that was established quite some time ago, they actually require a form to be filled out, a request for legal review that gets submitted to the administrator for approval before there are items that are submitted to legal counsel. So it's a bit more cumbersome, obviously, in the process, but they see the value in making sure that there are, we're not overextending, I suppose, requests to our legal counsel.
Mr. Lewis said that he would take these documents, this document, and come back to us with, after he's worked with staff on a recommendation on any changes to our policy and what the process should look like. Right, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for doing that.
Yep.
Next is the Michigan Indigent Defense Commission.
Right. So Kathy's coming up because this has typically been an administrative reporting that's done, that Paul Jardeau has come and talked to the board from time to time. Typically that happens in April, and I think basically they come before us to look at fees. There's no recommended change in the current agreement or the current fee structure. Kathy, do you want to add anything from that point?
Just to say that this is mandated by the state of Michigan, that we have indigent defense attorneys available. It is about a $291,000 grant proposal. Oh, going for the charge. And the county share is roughly $53,247. In speaking with Paul Jarbo's office, they're roughing out the 2025 fiscal cost analysis that has a deadline to be submitted by April 23rd, I believe. They are available this week to talk to administration. If anyone has any specific questions, we can do a Zoom and ask those questions. But this is formality to submit this so that the grant process can go forward for the next fiscal year. Katie felt that our contribution isn't going to change. She felt it would be close to the same, if not the same. And I think earlier this year, we had a very interesting question from one of our constituents, and I answered it and copied all of you in. That in the calendar year 2023, 134 defendants were represented by our MIDC attorneys through this program on approximately 153 cases. Obviously, a few defendants had multiple cases, but this is important. It is also noted that these attorneys are paid quite well. I think you've seen it in the news that our prosecuting attorneys that are up against them are not paid nearly as well. And that there was an article, I think on 7 and 4, 2 weeks ago, I saw regarding this. So it is unfortunate that there's a disparity of that magnitude for our prosecuting attorneys. I just wanted to make that reference.
So Kathy, is it, at this point, they're just wanting to move forward with the application that's been done in the past?
Yes.
And I don't know if we formally had a motion from the board to
We
do
have.
so, but I don't believe there is an actual motion in the packet.
I I don't think there is. Move to recommend that Paul Jarbo's office can proceed with submission of the 2025 cost analysis.
So support.
Been moved by Gwen and seconded by Kama, that we move forward. Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
And you'll see this again in August to approve the 2025 fiscal.
Next, you're still there with the
Right, so this, in terms of the agreement that we had for the lower level build out, the original project, as you all remember, we had quite a bit of engineering discussions, and then after the fact, the health department realized that they needed to have cabling for their computers. And so the decision was that they would pay for the cabling and then we would pay half for the agreement. In retrospect, that was approved. It was something that was within my purview to accomplish, and it was a capital improvement. So I saw the justification because this is something that's improving the government center. However, Kathy brought to my attention after the fact, she simply didn't know that, you know, we had to move that forward, but had a great point. This is a capital project. It should have been capitalized. It should have been us that paid for that full amount and then billed the health department out. So there's a little bit of cleanup on aisle 7, I suppose, as Kathy says, in regards to this, but I think it all is justified, made perfect sense, but it's just a matter of the process for that. So Kathy, if you have anything else you want to add?
No, I think you described it, and I think I gave you support documents with your EDS to kind of show you what's transpired.
Commissioner Lautner.
Just process. Process. So a change order should have come to us. So this was $10,000. So that change order should have come to us. I guess that's my first comment on this. So Board of Health has already paid for this. And they said they were going to use their own, we asked them, that was one of the questions we asked, they were going to use their own telephone system or their own system. So I would say they paid for it. I think that's great. They're now on the system, you know. A lot of these things are the very questions we asked when this was being done. We never got any answers because next is cleaning. So I guess the next question would be, you know, why are these things falling on us now? And what more are coming, I guess, before this is figured out.
Is there a reason why we're aware of this change order?
No, there is no reason other than the fact that it was a matter of, we could just take care of this. It was something that was addressed. So process, you know, we were actually relying on FAH as our rep for these things. So like I said, the recommendation is that we could just take care of this by having them or the health department pay for it. So if there was a process that was missed or wasn't followed, it was not intentional. It was simply a matter of, this was not something that was said, we need to put this forward as a specific change order to get this addressed.
Actually recall hearing that it was discovered that more lines needed to go in.
Yeah, I do remember addressing it with the board during my administrator report in the past, but from a standpoint of a change order perspective, it wasn't addressed or requested. It was a matter of, we could get this accomplished. So the process, again, wasn't followed. It's an opportunity, learning opportunity. That's why we had somebody that was supposed to be managing this for us.
And this is an improvement to our building.
Well, yes,
It's an important thing. You need phone lines.
Technology changes, I mean, that might not be worth anything by the time their lease is done.
Thank you, because this is.
We probably missed some steps in the process. We've now got a request to pay a bill. And we need a motion to do that, and then we can further talk about it.
I don't see a motion.
Motion's not complete.
The motion's not complete, so help us with the motion.
What I did was option one, to approve the change order and direct me, the interim finance director, to provide you with a budget amendment for Fund 470 to increase the health department's contribution by local unit in the amount of half. And then we would use fund balance forward in the amount of half, each covering 50% of the total, so that we can reflect the project expense to the total of 8,375, 775 and 13. And then it authorized Leelanau County to reimburse the health department.
It's not ours.
It is ours. This would make,
No action.
or option two, up for discussion.
I would like to make that first motion. Because if we don't reimburse them, that decreases services to our
And make the motion so we can get it moved in a second, and then we can have discussion.
She did. I did. I'll second it.
Okay,
Okay, I didn't hear a second, so.
well, now it's been moved and seconded. Would you want to speak to that?
Nickel and diming the health department just means they decrease services to our customers. This is, I don't have the terms that you have. But this is infrastructure for our building. And even though we may not, I still have a phone line. Phone lines are a good thing. If your cell phone goes out, you still have a way to communicate. I don't think it benefits us to nickel and dime the health department.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Leonard?
Yeah, I could understand having to pay for this if it's going to be our wiring in 10 years.
It is behind the drywall. I can tell you that.
It is behind the drywall, but who's going to occupy that office space in 10 years? Will it be additional office space for a county government, or will it be continue to be health department?
No. Are we ready to vote?
Because we haven't, as someone just said, we don't have the end of the contract. What is the contract? None of these things were ironed out.
You do have an executed cost sharing agreement and an executed lease agreement.
That ends at 10 years?
Yes,
We have a contract that our
10-year term.
attorney developed,
We
and
might
we
just play
acted
good.
on,
Very good.
so it was gone through the process. All those in support of the motion on the table, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Melinda, did you vote?
Yes, yes,
Yes?
yes, yes.
Motion approved, 6-1. Thank you.
I did. For now. It's not terribly.
Now, cleaning services, Kathy.
Yes, in your lease agreement, it does reference that the Leelanau County will provide all maintenance and janitorial services for the premise lease to the health department. And we have a bid from Solutions for You, who is your contracted cleaning service for the entire building, government center and LEC. We are in contract with them for 2 more years. This is not part of that contract. They would invoice us for the remainder of the year. It's up to you, the board, if you want to renegotiate the contract, whatever. But right now, we are to provide maintenance and janitorial service for that space.
Mr. Russ?
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the addition of cleaning services provided by Solutions for You to maintain the Leelanau District Environmental Health Department space at the quoted rate of $1,500 per month beginning April 1st, 24 through December 31st, 24. Funds to come from 631-000-000-801-002.
Support.
Discussion. Commissioner Rickford, then Commissioner Lautner.
So this amount was included in our projections for cost sharing?
This amount is not in the building and safe, or the building maintenance budget right now. I would do a budget amendment to increase that. Your lease agreement with the health department does not charge rent, but asks them to cost share for use of the space, using 3.4% of the total square footage of the building, payable monthly on the first month and adjusted annually based on the maintenance department's budget as recalculated annually. Right now, this is not part of the building maintenance budget.
Where they came from, they didn't have to clean their offices.
Well,
I can't address that.
we talked yesterday, we'll have a discussion with the health department. So if we can do something different, we'll bring it back to you.
That, I
So-
thought you
so
just said we
then
had, we talked about all
To
those things.
table
Why
this,
wasn't-
is that just, sorry, I just mean so that.
Well, I mean, the way I understand it, we just briefly covered it yesterday. We stated that she and I will go through this. If there needs to be an adjustment now, we'll do it instead of waiting until the end instead of waiting until the end of the year. It appears that there is, because they're moving in now. There's $1,500 a month that we may have to make a slight adjustment limited to the current lease. But right now, you're on the hook until the beginning of the year. Well, we'll see if we can get that modified. So based upon our cost sharing, so we'll go back and look at it.
Could we move
So
it
just-
forward
yeah.
to next week and maybe you'd have something by then?
Also, if not, we'll have it by May. Right now, you clean it, don't clean it.
Yeah, why? The cost analysis that we're working on right now is from 2023. So we don't have a current. Is that right, Kat? The cost analysis is like from a year behind. So
Well,
this was not incorporated in
The,
the cost analysis.
it's based on the maintenance department's budget. The 3.4% is payable, is calculated against the maintenance department's budget. This is not a part of the maintenance fund's budget yet,
Why is that though?
because we didn't get this estimate in time to build it into the budget.
But we talked about that last fall. I guess that's my question.
Mhm.
That's what I was talking about, why all the things that were not ironed out.
I just know that the line item for this contract is only for the existing contract we have, not for the additional.
We will go back and work on it, see if we can make an adjustment.
We discussed it yesterday with Chairman Wessel, because with the improvement of the $10,000 in wiring, when I was asked in 2022 to do, or 23 to do the cost analysis, I was only told square footage. I was told no phone, no internet. So now that 10,000 has gone in, they are not part of our cost analysis on our telephone or our internet using Leelanau services. And then the 3.4 comes out to 20,000 when Sean and I had put together the square footage alone by taking the restrooms and hallways would have been a rental payment to you for 30,000. So that's what Richard and Kathy, myself and Michelle and Ty talked yesterday, that this contract needs to be looked at to see how this is going to play into the reimbursements of the uses of the space. And this is new.
So we need to move this forward.
We're not gonna have that answer by Tuesday
Probably not.
to clean it.
I'm good, but my magic doesn't work that well. And I'm only contracted for a limited amount of time, so this is gonna take a little bit of time. It probably won't be back to you until May.
Well, we have to clean, and I think we.
They can clean.
Well,
Cleaning them now.
Do we have a motion on the table?
Yeah, yes, Benjamin Ross and Al Dyer.
Any other discussion? Yes, Commissioner Rickford.
I'm just trying to think that this 3.4% sharing ratio, just doing some quick numbers, you're looking at $1,500 a month for this additional cleaning. times 12 months is around $18,000, which is around 8 or 9% of our current cleaning budget. So just doing some math, when someone looks at this, our 3.4 sharing ratio is way out of whack with what this single item is. We're increasing our cleaning budget by 8 or 9%, for which we might get 3.4% back under our current agreement. I think this needs to be looked at, figured out differently.
And Richard and I were gonna sit down and look at both the lease agreement and the cost sharing agreement, the calculations, and get a good understanding. But in the meantime, you are in contract. Leelanau County shall provide all maintenance and janitorial services for the premises.
Is this contract, is there a time limit on this, if we extend this, are we agreeing to a certain time period, or is this week to week or month to month?
This is not a contract. This is by invoice. You mean personally?
But what we're doing today, I mean, obviously, we can't not clean it in the meantime.
It says cost quoted per.
So we're not committed.
I just made the motion through the end of the year, just to get us to,
I would
because
not support that motion through the end of the year without having some further discussion.
We will get to it. You'll have more clarity on it in a month.
So,
That's all I can
should
promise.
we amend it, move to table for 1 month?
Or
Move to table,
I need 2 months.
move to table.
I would suggest that we defeat the motion on the table and move this forward to next week and have Mr. Lewis make a recommendation for us next week on how to proceed and what we need to do to get us through the gap.
I'm not promising.
He was unable to
do it. It's not promising you'll have results.
But you can have a recommendation on how we proceed, whatever. I mean, we already know that not to clean.
No, don't.
You can bring it back.
Don't take it. It's a mess getting it all.
Commissioner Rowe.
Can we not amend the motion just to go out 2 months or 3 months?
Month by month.
Month or something that gives Mr.
That's
Lewis
what
a
you would
little
like
bit more
to do.
time.
So let's lay it on the table. So to lay it on the table.
I don't want to put it on the table. We just need to move forward. So
We
can
can
I,
always renew it at a meeting easily. I'd like to offer amendment to
Yes.
the motion to approve this on a month by month basis. Until we approve
Move it forward.
Is
Not
there,
approve it.
is there a second to the?
second,
But that's not to approve it, but to move it forward month by month.
Right now, you're approving
You
a
want to
contract
approve
on
the
a
payment?
by month,
Oh.
right? But you're gonna hear something back, so if it works, you're gonna have 2 months. By May, you'll have something. One way or the other.
We have an amendment on the table. All those in support of that amendment, say aye.
Is the amendment, I just want to make sure, the amendment to the motion by Rex Road is to approve this on a month by month
A month to month basis.
basis. So you want this brought, I'm just trying to understand, and it was seconded by Ross.
Right.
So by doing that, making that motion, then what Kathy's going to do is she's just going to put this in the claims and accounts so that this isn't on the agenda each time. That's what you're thinking? I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. This is going to say to amend it to approve on a month-to-month basis, support by Ross. Okay.
And I assume that the next executive meeting, you will have to approve that again to do the next month's.
Well, that's what I'm saying is you could do that by claims and accounts, that she puts it in claims and accounts, and then you can decide not to pay the bill.
Well, then they've already performed the services.
Well, we pay in arrears.
Well,
so that's the point.
We pay at the end of the month.
So this, at that point, the services have already been performed. We're not gonna not pay for something they already did.
the contract payment is made for the month ahead. This is an invoice that comes in the middle of the month because of the way your meeting falls.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I
this.
know.
So we're not doing claims and accounts. We're just gonna hear it again.
This is
in a
gonna
month.
be on the agenda for May. Okay.
Yep.
So again, all those in support of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved, amendment approved, 6-1. Now vote on the motion. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-1. Got it, Jen?
I hope so. He'll help me.
And I have clarity, then we are accepting solutions to clean the environmental. Okay, just want to make sure.
Well, I hate to do this, but do we need a short break? We got a couple of items that might take some time.
Yeah, we got short, exactly.
So Kathy, I wonder if that, can I get that time?
But if somebody will
I wonder if I ever received it.
Gwen and Melinda.
I'll get you hard
Did you call for a
copies.
break? Good luck with that.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I heard that.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Kathy, will you get that speaker?
I love that picture.
Now every time I look at it. I bet you do.
I should. I don't think yesterday. Just because you were.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Was that what's next? Commissioner O'Rourke.
Commissioner O'Rourke?
I've not seen it. I haven't seen it.
All fine, go ahead.
We're gonna wait till he's here, aren't we?
Oh, we found him.
Oh, look
Slow
who's
down.
more, Kathy. Hey, you're late.
Yeah, I did it, Jamie, I'm sorry.
Stay, my friend.
Okay, we're back at it. We're now down to 9A, and we're just looking for a recommendation or a motion to move that forward to next week. Our consultant will have an update for us at that time.
So support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. We now are down to 9B and Commissioner O'Rourke.
9B.
What do I have to do with
9B. I'm 9B.
Oh, 9B, Commissioner.
I'm on C, sir.
Okay, I would recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners continue the stipend at 10 hours a week for the chief deputy clerk and 10 hours a week for the county clerk until an administrator / CFO is in place and the plan is implemented. Support.
Any discussion? Commissioner O'Rourke?
I make that motion because the work they do is critical. It's very important that our books are maintained, that our financial integrity is maintained, that our people are paid accurately. And we sure don't need another cleanup at the end of the year like we had last year.
Commissioner O'Rourke?
You know, when we started this, we had a hard drop date on it. And we also knew that we needed to modify it. Part of that having to do with staff that's coming on and that Kathy will be doing this alone, but I don't know how long that extension will take, so I cannot support this motion that blanket amount of time. My understanding is that our finance director, interim finance director has a full-time staff on and one about ready to start here pretty quick. So it seems that that those stipends could be reduced even right now by some amount. And that's just my position.
So we're looking for a time limit on it then?
Motion. Mr. Lewis, I don't know. Well, isn't there one in the motion that's when your administrator CFO is in place?
That's the time
Hopefully it is by August 1st.
Okay,
I mean, that's the way, but it could be extended by a week or two.
thank you.
Once again, it comes down to you folks.
Other comments, Commissioner Rush?
You mentioned a reduction because of why exactly again? Because Kathy has one clerk, right?
And another one soon to be in place is my understanding, interviewing someone. And you know, the August 1st is a hopeful deadline. We don't know that. I mean, it could be 2 months after that. We haven't interviewed people or seen when they can start. So I'm just not willing to do a blanket, but I'm just one, I mean, that's just my position. It seems like when we get the other person up to speed, we would then have a interim finance director with 2 staff members, and it doesn't seem like that we would need 2 people assisting, maybe 1. I'm just trying to find some middle ground here, but I'm just one commissioner.
Commissioner Rush?
So have we had a discussion with the two staff people in question and Kathy about what the actual thoughts of those people doing this work are? I mean, I guess I would support it if there really is less work and there are people on staff that are well-trained and doing the job of lowering it or reducing it or eliminating one, but what's it based on? Is it based on just pulling it out of the air, or is it based on real facts from the people that are doing the work?
Can we ask Kathy?
As
Or
one,
her?
I will say that as one commissioner, I asked for this to be on the agenda. I thought it was necessary to be on the agenda because things are running smoothly and we're on our way to finding a CFO. We're on our way to finalizing our plan, but in the meantime, I didn't believe that we could take chances that we slip backwards. And so I'm going to support the motion, and I think that the timing is about right, August. But this does not mean that I want to support stipends forever, and it does not mean that I want to take back our decision to have a finance officer. I just want to keep the summer going. We got the budget work that's got to start getting done quickly. And John and Michelle have been a part of that for a long time. We have the audit to receive and do with that. We've got the Raymond plan that we need to keep looking at. So I think there's lots to be done with our new interim administrator and the team to get where we want to be so that we don't need help from the clerk's office. That's me. Commissioner Lautner?
Yeah, no, I will support the motion. I don't see any,
We are.
absolutely not. We don't have anywhere near the full staff in place yet, and we passed up on an opportunity to appoint a finance director. I think things would be different if we had taken advantage of talent on hand, which we have not. So I will support the motion.
I believe we're in a good place right now. And we're stable. Our finances are corrected after a lot of work. And I sure don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. And I believe that when we're able to make the transition, we will. But I sure don't think that we should have an artificial cover.
Anybody else? Okay, would you read the motion, please?
Motion by Unger to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to continue the stipend of 10 hours a week for the chief deputy clerk, 10 hours a week for the county clerk until administrator/CFO is in place and the plan is implemented. Seconded by Ross.
All those who support the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion approved 6-1. Thank you. We now are down to you, Commissioner O'Rourke.
Thank you, sir. And this is a request to increase commissioner compensation. Since the first of all, I will not be running again for office. So this does not affect me at all. We have some outstanding people that sit on this board. They really work hard. They're very diligent. They look into it. Just the amount of work here, first of all, there hasn't been a pay raise since 1999, 25 years. Okay, a trustee in Leland Townships gets $7,600 a year. We get $5,000. Again, since the first of the month, I have received 47 emails, which averages out about 1,400 a year. Each of those emails have to be answered. A lot of times they have attachments to it. A lot of times you have to go to other people and talk to, you have to research it to do your job and to do it well. And the one gentleman in the back there, he indicated it was 12,000 or 10,000. That's Grand Traverse. I have attended Grand Traverse's board meeting too, just like ours, almost same amount of work, same problems, same issues. I just want to hear from everybody. I have no motion on this, but I think it ought to be 8,000 and 10,000. And what you're doing, you're setting the wages for the next 4 years. There are no raises after when you take office. So I'm saying 8 and 10. I want to move the per diem up from 40 to 70 for a half day and 120 for a whole day. Right now we get 40, so what we make $40 today so far. Maybe a few more hours we'll make 70. Okay, or make more of that at Speedway gas station so work. So what I want is to hear from everybody. I have no motion, but if I do have a motion, I would think 8 and 10, 10 for the chair, 8 for the commissioners, and 70 for half day and 120 for full day. Again, I'm not going to be here, but that's my spiel.
Commissioner Kramer.
As one of the only people, sorry, you don't count. Is not retired on the board and has a family, and isn't. If we want to get younger people on this board, you have to pay them more. There is no way to not. If you want a young mom who's staying at home, in order for her to be able to enter this building, she has to pay a caregiver at least $20 an hour. That's 2 hours. That's 2 hours you get. So no matter what, they're going to be set back. That's if they can pay, you know, live their lifestyle whilst doing that. When I first started, I sat on 4 boards. So 4 boards plus our 2 commission meetings, it's so much work, and it's really a choose your own adventure. So the more you get into it, the harder you work, the more time obviously it's going to take. And if you guys, we need to move Leelanau, like especially with the economy, like what we're doing here, our infrastructure, we need young people to be sitting in these seats. It's so important, and I 100% back your initiative, Ricky. Thank you.
I support it as well. I don't think it's obscene to increase something after 25 years. Costs have changed. But the biggest thing for me is I agree with Commissioner Kramer. Thank you. We do need younger people. More, but there are younger people now, more who have the kind of working situation that Commissioner Kramer does, that she has some flexibility. But we need to be willing to pay people enough so that together with what they're doing, perhaps they can actually support themselves. I think it's an affront right now that the only people who can afford to serve on this board are people who are well off. I think that's a pretty elitist position. Sorry, you're too poor, you can't serve. And I think we need to correct that. We're not making a big correction, a modest one. If you checked the consumer price index between 25 years and now, it would be a very different correction. But we do need to open the door for more people, other than people who are comfortably retired or fairly well off, to be able to serve.
Commissioner Retro?
It probably is time to have some modest change, that maybe not the amount suggested there. But I'm not sure I can comment because Commissioner Kramer said I don't count, so. I'm not really sure how to move forward from there, but
You're just
And
not quite retired yet.
And oh, by the way, it's 2,000% increase in the county budget. That's what it'll take out.
I'm not sure Commissioner Rexroad is done.
No, that was probably the end of my comments. I mean, I think it's probably time to reflect whether those amounts are appropriate or not, but I mean, 25 years, some modest change probably isn't.
Modest.
25 years, yeah.
Commissioner Rush?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I consider myself a public servant. I am serving the public, just as the rest of the 112 to 115 staff in this building, and we're gonna honor them. They get pay raises on an annual or whenever they can. I think after 25 years, this position deserves that recognition, and I will support this. Not so much, because I don't know if I'll be here in January. I'm not sure I'm doing it for myself, but I am doing it for the future of this county. It's time to say this job is important and to say thank you for all the hours that we put in and the energy and the deep thought that we give this position. I'm proud of what the work I do, and I think I should be compensated for it, or whoever sits in this seat come January should be compensated as much as we can push the budget for, so.
Commissioner Lautner?
Wow, so the only thing I can possibly agree with that for so far is maybe a modest increase. Because what I haven't heard any of you say is, wow, look at the healthcare package that commissioners are entitled to if they run with no premium, no deductible, just take county's healthcare. And the package is enormous. The benefit package, the deductible for individual 100, okay, 200. All right, so you just take the healthcare package alone. If you don't take the healthcare package, it's, where is that number?
$219 per person.
For a single, $565 for a family rate a month if you don't take our healthcare insurance. So it's 50%. So you've got easily $6,000 a year, almost $6,000 with a 2-person family if you don't take the healthcare. That's on top of the wage. If you don't take the that's if you don't take the healthcare. If you do take the healthcare and you have a spouse, chances are they can take a buyout at their work. So you get that benefit either way. So I think you have to, if you're going to look at doing a large pay increase for this job, I think that you have to consider, why are we paying for healthcare for commissioners? And as you said, I don't take the healthcare. I'm not on the county's healthcare. But I will say this, when I first ran for this position, I didn't even know it paid. It was a delightful surprise. Yeah, I think then it was, if I was $3,500 a year to serve, which was fine, and I was happy to serve. What I have heard is that we don't want you old people. And it's discrimination. I was young when I did run for this board. I had a young family. I had those struggles. I get that, but I wanted to serve. And that's what we want, people that want to serve. We don't want people that want to come up here for a career or for a job. And if you're not going to compensate me at this large rate, then I don't want to serve. Yeah, it is a lot of work. If you want to do a good job, it is a lot of work. Sometimes I don't think you can pay enough to get someone to serve in these positions because of the rest of the headache that goes with it. It's absolutely not true that you have to be well off to serve in this county. Because I can guarantee you that that is not the case with this seat. Absolutely. If anything, it costs money, as those still working on this board realize. It costs money when you're not running your business, when you're up here serving. So we've had a lot of people. I served with a number of people, and I guarantee you they were not well off, but they were happy to serve. So be that as it may, I think I'm modest, and the first thing I heard is right now it's 5,000 a year, and I had heard 7, that seemed reasonable. You know, I get the 40 to 70, and that's up. That was 20, used to be 25 and 40, I believe is what it was before we raised it up to here. And one of the reasons I supported that increase was that it does help our citizens that do serve on boards or committees to make it worth their while to lead their work as many of them do. So mild increase, I would say, consider it. But what I don't see, I only see Grand Traverse County here. Where is Benzie? Where is Antrim? Where is Kalkaska? Where are their figures? And do they include health insurance? So, and that's the other thing I haven't heard. So are you talking an $8,000 increase and we take away health care? Or do a couple $100 stipend for health care, but remove that for commissioners? Because that's been an argument for a lot of years, is that should not be a benefit of board commissioners.
Commissioner O'Rourke.
I compared this to Grand Traverse because Grand Traverse does have a retirement program. They also have health care. Like I said, I've been to Grand Traverse County's meetings, and they're just like this one here. I never looked at how much the wages were when I ran for this office because I did it for the good of the order. I hoped I could change things and add things to it. I've got 4 years in the Marine Corps, 35 years as a police officer, and 5 years Homeland Security. So I've done my time. You people deserve to get paid for what you do. And I'm gonna make a motion as soon as I'm gonna hear from Mr. Russell, and then I want to make a motion.
Russell, if you mean Rexroad?
I haven't.
Russell.
I'm sorry.
I haven't commented.
You haven't commented, no.
And I spent some time thinking about this last night because I do plan on being reelected. So sitting up here and voting an increase is like voting an increase for me. And I'm uncomfortable doing that. But I understand what Jamie's talking about. I understand Kama and I had a conversation, and she's not well off. I know it's a lot of work. I think modest increase would be fine. I think we need to be careful how we define modest. And we don't try to solve the problem all at one time. We've got 25 years to make up for, but maybe we make up for a couple of years now, and 4 more years, a couple more. So that's my comment. Commissioner Rush.
Can I, so this, being a member of this board, kind of encourages us to serve in other boards, and I believe members of the Cherryland Electric Board and Wolverine Electric Board get paid quite handsomely for their service to public utility. So when you comment, Commissioner Lautner, about not being paid here because you just want to volunteer, I question that a little bit because I have heard I do know what you get as a board member on those 2 boards. It's a hefty sum. It's way more than we're asking for this increase here. So I think that's not quite right to support that and not to support us here in Leelanau County.
Cameron, may I answer, because that's a personal attack and that's really unfair. Cameron, no, you absolutely have no idea about those boardrooms whatsoever. So you have no idea what the bottom line is, and you have no idea how big those corporations are. So that is a personal attack. I had no idea. I did not bring to me what you made when you served in Soil Conservation Board or whatever you do. That's just totally unfair. That's not apples to apples, and it has nothing to do with serving on this board as county commissioner.
Okay, my job is to make sure that commissioners talk to the board in general. So
Yeah, thank you for that.
I think we need to do that. Commissioner Rexroad.
I'm just trying to figure out a path forward. I mean, I appreciate Commissioner Work putting a motion on the floor, but I wonder if it would be better for us to all send our suggestions of what we think that is to the chair or some other person. And when I'm just trying to figure out what the best path forward is, whether we, I guess it's more of a question than an answer. There's, like you said, I don't know what one person's idea of modest might be another person's idea of extravagant. So I don't know exactly how to move forward. So I'm open to questions on that. And I'm not opposed to you making your motion, Commissioner Work, but I'm just trying to figure out a sensible path.
I have one.
Mr. Kramer?
How about, for instance, I'm not running for reelection. We know Rookie's not running for reelection. How about we take the board members who are not running for reelection and give them the say? Because I feel like when you are running for office, what you are saying is not necessarily going to reflect your own view individually. It also concerns that of your constituents and you being elected. So if you take two people or whoever who are not running for reelection, we don't have that. We don't have to, our optics are not the same.
We have legal things about that can't let that.
Damn. I mean, whoops, I'm probably not supposed to say that either.
I think Commissioner Kramer just said that the two of them get to make all our decisions.
Yeah, from now on. No, I don't want that.
Now you'll save a lot of money that gets rid of 5 board members right there. So.
But I would say taking that into account and because I know that you all have a different purview than the ones who aren't running for reelection. So I don't know how to move that forward, but I don't know. It seems like a sound judgment call in my brain.
Commissioner Rexroad has suggested that we move this forward. And between now and next week, we give some thought to it and send our ideas. I'd suggest we send our ideas to the administrator. If he's willing to let us do that, be the keeper of the.
Or whatever you send is public, is public information, and I'll send it back out to you.
If that's, I mean, that's one option. Do we have a motion on the floor?
I would like to make one.
Okay.
Again, I won't be here in 4 years.
I mean, you will be here on the planet though.
This is my county. I've got a lot of time. Definitely take ownership of it. I'm making a motion that the commissioners get paid $8,000 and the chair $10,000, starting 2025, and the per diems go from 40 to 70 and 70 to 120.
Second.
You can pick up per diem amounts again.
We're moving from 40 to 70 and from 70 to 120,000.
Thank you.
I think that's what the townships generally pay, isn't it?
I got 100 in our township for special.
Instead of those 125 per meeting.
Commissioner Rushman?
Yeah, I'd like to offer an amendment to discuss those amounts, whatever the logical thing is to get this to the next meeting while we have time to send that information into the administrator. I'm not sure exactly how to phrase that, but whatever it is, to table this until next week and allow us time to give our information. Anyone who wishes to do so, if you don't wish to do so, you don't have to.
We just want to run it by.
So what is you're making an amendment to the number?
We can always change
to the
motion
time
next week.
Yeah, can we? Okay, I mean, that's actually true. It wouldn't be part of the consent agenda then, so.
No.
Okay, then I guess,
Anyway.
then there's at least an action item on the thing to address wages, and that can be left as is. So in that case, we're gonna act on it at the full board meeting anyway, just as long as it's not on the consent agenda.
Won't be on the consent agenda.
You also remember you can pull something from the consent agenda.
Right.
Yes, Lewis is correct.
But
It's not going to be on.
I don't want the inclination that
I know.
it is part of the consent agenda at this time. So that's, I offer that.
And if this board decides to move forward, that will be on your agenda. That's for consideration. At the meeting, you can change anything you want.
Yep. Okay.
Nothing's final until you make the last vote, period.
So
Turn
in
it down,
essence,
prove it, whatever.
in in essence, we're just moving the discussion to have some sort of raise forward till next Tuesday. That's a.
And if you care to send me your thoughts, I'll be glad to put them all together in a little sheet and send them back out to you. If you don't, that's fine too.
So that's a proposed amendment.
No, I guess I don't have to do anything.
No, you don't have to do an amendment.
So you pulled that, okay.
I pulled the amendment, and it's just not on the consent agenda, I guess.
Commissioner Leonard?
This just seems sort of like shotgun to me. We've got Grand Traverse County numbers to look at, and yet there's only $1,000 difference between the chairman and commissioners. But yet we're proposing a $2,000. Their budget is so much larger than ours. Yes, we all do the same work, same as Lake County, where it's a tiny amount. The amount of work is exactly what it is. So I don't see us comparing ourselves with Grand Traverse County. So, you know, like 7,000 and 8,000, because the chairman doesn't have any more power than any of the rest of us. He does as directed by this board, and only what we tell him to do. So other than obviously run the meetings. So a 7,000 and 8,000 would make much more sense to me than going 8 and 10. The meeting per diem, something, you know, we're 40 and 70, so maybe 50 and 75 would make more sense, because I agree with Chairman Wessel that it makes more sense to do a small amount now and perhaps another small amount in 4 years.
Maybe another 25 years.
Well, why not? Because
I'm sorry.
We do have a motion.
Call
All those in support of the motion, would you read the motion, please?
Was there a motion? Okay. Motion by O'Rourke. Moves to make measure payment amounts to 8,000 and chair to 10,000 starting in 2025, and per diems moving from 40 to 70, from 40 to 70, and from 70 to 120. Seconded by Kramer.
What I would do is for the motion, you don't have to amend it, but say the diems half a day from 40 to 70, full day from 70 to 25, so you know which per diem.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
But that's understood was what you said.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And that motion is just a motion. We're moving forward for further discussion next week. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 6-1. Thank you.
I would like to say that it is uncomfortable when I'm running for reelection. Also, to vote to increase our take. However, I think it's very difficult to find younger people who are able to serve. And I think that's a grave mistake. And we need to extend representation on this board to more people. So I am in favor of it.
Okay, let's move down our agenda to item number 10. Kathy, you're here for motor pool.
Sure. I'm thinking you're looking at just the list of vehicles that, is that the one we're on? I'm sorry, I didn't bring my agenda to the table. These are identified as available to repurpose special auction competitive sealed bids. However, the administrator sees fit. We did discuss that sometimes within our campus, we might have a department pick up one of these and replace. So I know the administrator would like to look at this. We talked about it yesterday, excuse me.
But I understand this is, you will have to declare any surpluses that you want to dispose of. You will need to declare them surplus so that you can do that. What I want to do is, you have other vehicles. One of the practices, you take one of these vehicles and they're still good shape or whatever, you may want to swap out an older vehicle that somebody else is using and just move it down and take that older one and declare surplus and sell.
Right.
So there still may be some useful life in these vehicles to be used by the county, just not for what they were. And there may be other vehicles that, okay, we'll just put the Ford well, I'll just put the Ford Escape. I don't know if we'll use that one, but the Ford Expedition, we'll move it over here to this department and take what they had over there and use it as surplus and sell it instead, because that's costing us more money to maintain than this one would be. Until somebody goes through the analysis, I don't know if you're quite ready for this, and if you don't mind, we'll bring all this, we'll have this research and bring back to you at your May executive meeting. And then I just want to defer anything on this until May. I don't know. I don't know.
Good idea.
And it all may just be the same, but I haven't thought. Whatever.
Yeah, and I think that when Richard gets accustomed to who has what vehicles, he hasn't even seen that list yet. And I can think of one vehicle that is a bit older than all of these, it's in senior services, and we haven't even talked to them.
Yeah.
So we would like to have that ability, as he said.
So that you will need to declare these vehicles as surplus, and I'm not ready to, you may declare them all in a month, you may do that. I mean, so all I'm asking is delay it. We'll just, good, you know, we're gonna work on it, we'll bring it back to you.
So
next
no
month.
action today.
No action.
Commissioner,
I support that. And last year we had a presentation on leasing from a fleet service. And they handle the whole thing. So that's also that, because it takes a lot of time and effort by our staff to do this.
What, to put this out to bids?
I mean, just to manage the whole fleet. So that's, I think, something we should revisit.
That's another discussion point, but right now I just want to make sure that the vehicles we want to dispose of are the ones that we want to dispose of. If any one of these that we want to keep, we can keep. We may not keep any of them. I don't know. Thank you. Until we go through that process.
It works. That's kind of what we're doing now, but this is much more thorough. Yeah.
And
everybody comfortable just moving on?
Yep.
Do we need a budget amendment?
we do.
That's for another thing.
Yeah, we do need a budget amendment because last year you approved an increase in the charge per mile for the motor pool vehicles use. You own the motor pool. And we lease those vehicles to the sheriff's office and the road patrol and the maintenance department and the drain commissioner and Parks and Rec. And we increased it to 50 cents a mile for anything under 80,000 miles and 25 cents per mile for anything over. This was a recommendation, I think, that came from Commissioner Rexroth because he could see the cost of vehicles, replacement vehicles, was getting exponentially higher and we weren't keeping up. And that's why the sale of vehicles supplement the motor pool as well as the cost per mile. So we had a supply chain issue in 23 where we didn't get cars for many, many months. So we helped the building safety, you approved them to buy 2 Tacomas, and that was with their own funds. So that's good. But then all of a sudden, all these vehicles came in all at one time. And we need a little bit of boost in this motor pool budget because the sale didn't happen in 23 to supplement that fund.
Move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners direct the Finance Department to provide a budget amendment and subsequent fund transfer of $25,000, the general fund contingency 101.891, 891.965.000, the motor pool 661.000.000.669.10.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy. Stay there because
Oh.
we've got review of financials.
Okay.
Any questions for Kathy?
I didn't see anything.
Okay,
Thank you.
again, you are viewing Elizabeth's work, which I'm very happy with.
Glad to hear.
So, you know, the only one, and I don't know where it is right now, but there was a couple DFL in there.
GFL
DFL.
or DEI? Oh,
No, not, there were some GEI. I see
Yeah.
those in there, hopefully. Yeah. hopefully for this. No, it's a DSL, it's Chris Shar.
Oh, okay, that's,
That's his new contract, they were trying to work with.
okay, DCS Technologies.
Yes, okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. You have a contract with them to oversee Point Broadband,
Yes,
and that's contractual. And then you're paying for services rendered as there are ongoing negotiations with Charter Communications for developing the proposal for broadband in Glen Arbor, Empire, Cleveland, and Casson. And that's by invoice.
we capped that, didn't we? Is there like a cap?
60, let's see, 5 times 12, 60,000 on that and 96,000 on the contract.
Which is a pretty
That's through June.
pretty large amount.
And I,
Working hard for us. We're in trouble down there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
okay.
Any special reports by staff or by commissioners?
Well, just, you'll see this coming up, we had to get here, I met with, our maintenance department and the engineer looking at the facade on the back. And, he brought up that, replacing those, blocks on the back is gonna be difficult because they're split face and custom colored. And so I asked him and Jerry agreed to bring us a couple options there, maybe with a vertical metal or something, because it is just there's a generator and a trash compactor, and he said it's probably a substantial savings. So he's gonna be bringing us an option to replace with a matching masonry or some other suitable product and a facing of that to fix the thing. So anyway, you'll be seeing that coming up.
I'm going to the MAC conference, Michigan Association of Counties. I'll take notes for everybody.
Anything else? We thank those of you that had patience to stay and excuse us for the long meeting, but we now our turn to hear from you. Keith.
Thank you. Keith Ashley, Leelanau Township. Have a couple things. I understand the sheriff's trip to Grand Rapids was to meet with the former President Trump. It was a valid meeting, it was a valid use of the sheriff's time and the expense to the Leelanau taxpayers. Sadly, however, Sheriff Borkovich saw fit to stand with ex-President Trump while he launched into his migrant hate speech. Leelanau's 4% Hispanic population must be appalled to see their sheriff stand by while they are denigrated by the former president. In my view, any person with a Christian foundation, high morals, and backbone would have exited the stage when Trump repeatedly called the Hispanic migrants animals. These are our citizens. Sheriff Borkovich seems to have a short memory of the fallen officers at the hands of the January 6th Trump supporters. It's well documented that he sat watching the melee and chose to do nothing. Now, I don't care what the sheriff's politics are, but I do care about the message he sends to this county. I expect him to think of how he looks in his county uniform behind one of the most despicable human beings spewing his vile rhetoric. This ex-president holds nothing sacred, belittling veterans, physically handicapped people, and being convicted of sexual assault shows his low regard for women. Surely the sheriff can see through the Bible hawking sneaker purveyor and recognize a narcissistic, mentally unstable person for office again by his former chief of staff, General John Kelly. I make the request to this body to allow some form of public comment at the beginning of next week's meeting to the general public to comment on this matter. You can do that. The other thing I'd like to bring to your attention, there is a report that was done a couple of years ago. It's called Lost Not Stolen, and the website is lostnotstolen.org. And I'll have more information at next week's meeting. But this report was 8 distinguished Republicans investigated the 2020 election claims of fraud in many different ways and created a 72-page report covering their investigation. Trump supporters filed 64 lawsuits with 187 counts in 6 states, in addition to utilizing the various recount and contested vote procedures in various states. They all revealed no fraud. 30% of the country claim a lack of faith based on the unsubstantiated claims of a stolen election. I encourage everyone to review the comprehensive report to settle in their mind that the election was lost and not stolen. And if you look up that lostnotstolen.org, you'll see the 8 Republicans, highly credited Republicans. These are not just fly-by-night people. These are former judges, senator, former chief of staff of Paul Ryan. These are credible people. They're not rhinos. They are serious, and they took the task seriously and produced a very comprehensive report that ought to lay to rest in most reasonable minds that the election was lost and not stolen. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pastor. Any other public comment? Mr. Mikowski?
Good afternoon. These are some of our observations about where we are today. As we see it, we have an elephant in the room yet, a ongoing $500,000 expense to the taxpayers that will continue on ongoing until it is turned around or fixed. It's a serious problem. We had hoped that this morning's unique opportunity would cause the chairman and the commission to inform the public as to the reason for Mr. Lewis's presence and need as an interim administrator, because the BOC wants to hold itself accountable to the people for their May 11, 2021 clerk loathing decision. As we see it, this has caused the BOC, started with the past administrator and the present administrator inability and failure to undo the harmful consequences of that decision that harmed the clerk and her staff and wasted more than $500,000 of taxpayers' money and caused discord in this building. The past administrator called this decision in frustration a fiasco and sadly attempted to finagle a no plan that didn't work. Yet this BOC has chosen this former administrator to continue this fiasco decision as a consultant and continue moving it forward without any accountability and apology to the people. We thought that that would be articulated this morning, but it wasn't. And it's tragic. MCL 46.11 is 5 pages long. We're told that governance at every level requires all kinds of leaders and leadership qualities. That's the media people talking. Local governance is not about leading. It is about leaving taxpayers, the people alone, to lead their own lives free of government interference. People do not want to be led anywhere by their elected officials. They want the county commission to have one objective: provide the best possible, least cost Republican form of limited government per MCL 46.11 by simply and easily and economically performing and providing the mandated and essential ministerial and administrative duties and functions and services of the county for the county residents, and only act on other issues that county electors lawfully petition for. For most years and many years, most Leelanau County commissioners and commissions have unilaterally self-initiated and imposed millage taxes and regulations according to their individual passions. They believe that once they elected, they are omniscient and omnipotent. That looks to us that we have governance based on methods of the Communist Chinese Party. Public officials could serve the electors much better and their residents if they applied the principle of subsidiarity, very important principle, as relates to governments of local people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Tim Leelanau Township. Another perspective on computers and election integrity. There's presentations made two, 3 months ago to you by a gentleman showing you how computers are hacked from all levels. There's a DVD that I think you all received entitled "Let My People Go," showing additional information. Mike Lindell has been working on election integrity and the vulnerability of our computers for quite some time now. And recently, there's an excerpt on page 13. I don't have the total document here, where it says Dominion left vulnerable description keys in plain sight with just a Windows password for protection. Dominion commits to protecting election data with high-level Federal Information Processing Standard, FIPS, level encryption. New evidence shows that since at least 2020, Dominion configured its machines with the descriptions keys in an election database table in plain text, protected by nothing other than Windows login credentials that are easily bypassed, enabling any malicious actor total control over its electronic voting systems. This security breach violates common sense, to say nothing of FIP level encryption. Just some more local news that might affect some of you. On April 2nd, it was revealed that AT&T has a massive data breach. How does data get breached? Oh, computer hacking. Millions of current and former AT&T customers learned over the weekend that hackers have likely stolen their personal information and are sharing it on the dark web. The data breach is the latest cyber attack AT&T has experienced since the leak in January 2023. So this is more than one time that affected 90 million users. Saturday's much larger breach impacts 73 million current and former AT&T account holders. That's pretty huge. A big corporation like AT&T is getting hacked, kind of like at will. On a real local basis, TCAPS, Traverse City Area Public Schools. Traverse City Public Schools is opening an investigation and closing school Monday after experiencing a network disruption that impacted the functionality and access of certain systems. Guess what happened? They got hacked. Upon discovery of this incident, TCAPS immediately disconnected access to the network and promptly engaged a specialized third-party cybersecurity firm. School will remain closed Monday and possibly Tuesday. I think it may have extended to Wednesday. I'm not quite sure on that one.
But anybody who thinks that computers aren't being hacked, they are. Your phone's probably been hacked right now as we speak. You will never know because hackers can cover their trails. So getting back to the election integrity. Why are we using computers that can be hacked in our election process?
Thank you. Bill. Thank you for waiting for us. Thank you.
Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. I'm totally with Mr. Ashley here. I'm not supposed to speak to him, but I agree with what he said. That's exactly what we should do. We should look at his information. So let's look at, I'm going to look at that, the 70 pages, and I'm going to critique it. And I don't think it's going to be true, but I will watch that. And I hope he will watch this. Let my people go, 2020 election plus J6. Watch it at rumble.com. It's 2 hours and 17 minutes. All the clerks have that information and the commissioners. Chet Janik, when he was here, information gathering time, he said, if we don't look at the information, we don't want to have an agenda. We want to look at all the information and then make a wise decision. Don't close our minds. In my mind, this board and every county board has failed unless we have fair elections in our counties. We don't look and say, what are they doing at the state? What's a Secretary of State? We look right here in this county. And if it appears that the machines are not trustworthy, we should do away with them, get 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and a camera viewing everything, and make it so that all the residents, the 20-some thousand residents, are assured that there's fair elections. Yeah, look at all the information, and you critique that movie, and I will critique that, and hopefully others will too. And by the way, I looked at TCAPs like Friday night to try to get their agenda, and it still wasn't up. Had to get it later in the weekend. So their computers were way off. So first I'd like to mention from this one article that you don't have, but Michigan it's from Election Integrity Force, Michigan jurisdiction clerks have the sole authority to not use electronic voting machines. This was from October 31st, 2022. So I'm not sure if it applies right now by the law, but I'm looking at fraud. If there's fraud, we cut it out one way or the other, no matter what. Impracticable is defined as unsuitable for use or purpose. The right of the election clerk to decide if the tabulator use is impracticable is found in Michigan, I guess it is 168.798B. Anyway, the handout that I gave you guys is from Cause of America. If you go there, if you go to, you can get this map of America. You click on Michigan, and you'll find Michigan map on page 2, page 3. 2020 election summary. The big lie is that Trump got like 154,000 fewer votes than Biden. The truth, he won by over 300,000 votes. That's with all the computers stopping in the middle of the night and the cars coming into Detroit at 3:30 in the morning, and the spikes in election votes like that didn't happen anywhere in the country, including California, where there's very liberal voting, but those kind of jumps never happen except in the swing states when they stop the election votes. On the next page, voter registration anomalies. These were all in Michigan. 12,000, 22,000, 38,000, 3,000, 110-year-olds voting. That doesn't happen by the people coming in there I mean, it happens by machines. The voting systems on the next page, it shows Dominion, ES&S, and Hart, how complex those things, they all have to work together. Get the elections in the precincts. The data is not going over to Spain and back through the media. It's right here in our county, and our clerk's in charge of it. And they count everything right here, and we're the ones to hear about it first. We're not doing our job unless we have fair election. Explain these things on the next page. The modems, there are modems. And the last page is, I'm out of time, but the road, anyway. That's it. Thank you. Please consider this. And yes, we failed if we don't fix these elections.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Yes, Renee, Esther.
I went home and ate and came back. These meetings are getting very, very lengthy. But I just wanted to let you know that my company, Weiler Mortgage Group, was targeted by hackers. And I believe they took the identity of a law firm in Florida, Schultz, Jacob, and Weiler. Douglas Weiler is one of their partners, and they used that identity to steal all of our mortgage records. So we have a deed fraud task force that is being developed by myself and a whistleblower in Orange County, California, Billy Powers, and another one in Fulton County, Georgia. We've got the attention of their commission, their commissioner, board of commissioners, and one of their top judges, Cassandra Kirk, is assisting us with the deed fraud. But Leelanau County is going to be ground zero for deed fraud because we've got some really great deputies working on this right now, and I have total faith in them. They're under budget. They need money. They need money for the deed fraud. They need money for the drugs. They also need money for squatters. If you don't know by now, Sheriff Bouchard from Oakland County was reporting on gangs. Drug gangs are now occupying luxury homes in Oakland County. And what are we full of in Leelanau County? Luxury homes, second homes. So we're going to be needing to have more money for the sheriff's department to deal with all these issues. But it gets worse. In Cincinnati, my brother-in-law, Jeff Weiler, who also has a second home up here, his entire database of all of his customers going back to 1973 was hacked into. And we got the notice because my husband was an owner and he actually was an employee too. So all of our data has been totally, I get a new lawsuit against me every couple of months. And Judge Stepka, God bless him. He sees what's happening and he's taking care of me. But the problem is that none of your data is safe. Okay. My brother-in-law has a Mercedes dealership in Kentucky. He also owns, I don't know how many dealerships in Ohio and maybe some more states. I'm not really sure. I don't keep up with that. But those are potentially millions between just the two Weiler companies and their data that's been compromised. And then he was just talking about AT&T. Well, yeah, here we go again. I'm an AT&T customer. So none of our data is safe. 80% of the Chinese already have our data and they'll have the rest pretty soon. So I just want to give thanks to the Sheriff's Department because they're on top of all of this. And I want you to be mindful that we need to give them more money and maybe some of these other budgets that are overloaded bloated, need to take a haircut so that we can funnel some of this money for 911 services. We need to get those 2 dispatcher positions filled right away. Let's just all consider our safety and helping out our sheriff's department. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Thank you. Commissioner comment? Yes.
I just wanted to mention the fraud piece, because I just went to AG Dana Nessels. She just had a talk within the business community. I don't know if you went or not. If you see some sort of fraud, contact the Attorney General. They have a broad office and they are assessing the needs and aware of the abundant needs of
I have
fraud.
contacted them and they did not do their jobs. They're not accountable. So that's why we have to have a constitutional sheriff as our last line of defense.
Thank you. And you could follow up with Mr. Lewis if you'd like to. Any other commissioner comment? Yes.
Yes, sir. I'd like to kind of just briefly touch on Sheriff on his standing behind Trump. Before I retired, Orkovich was cut down to so many miles a day. Several nights at 10 o'clock, I come on, there he is with his duffel bag, he's going to work with me. He rode countless hours and countless days with me. He loves Leelanau County. He hates violence. He hates drug dealers. The people that come across the border illegally and nothing to do with Hispanics. I spent 4 years in Central and South America. I love the Hispanic people. When I was a police officer here, I had lots of friends that were Hispanics. We're not talking about Hispanic talk. Anybody who crosses the border illegally. And those who cross the border illegally cannot legally work here unless they're under an H-2A, you look that up, or an I-10, which is an individual taxpayer identification number. You must have some sort of identification that you are here on asylum, and then you apply for an I-10 number. Last drug dealer I worked with, he didn't have that. I'm just saying the sheriff was there representing the sheriff department. He was there representing the problem we have with fentanyl. There's enough fentanyl here to kill everybody in Michigan already that has come across that border. Some people live in glass houses, okay? They've never been on the street. I have. And it's coming. And regardless what happens with Trump and Biden, I don't, we'll be, in 4 years from now, there will be 2 other people running. And I'm not sure who, but the drug problem will be here. And you guys want to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Redbrook?
I'd just like to thank Administrator Allen on initiative. Thank you for your service in Leelanau County. I wish you the best of luck in whatever life brings your way, and we will miss you.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Could we give her a round of applause?
Next endeavor. Oh, I think that was a great way to end. I did want to address the audience one more time real quick, and thank you, Deb. No, thank you so much for your time, and we all appreciate it. Enjoy your freedom.
It'll be short, really shortly.
It's short-lived freedom. I do want to mention to everyone, I appreciate all of you coming every single week. I do, however, maybe want to throw in another perspective that the division that's happening both in this room, which I don't think is necessary 100% at all, because county politics should remain that, and these are always our neighbors. But that division, and the more that we rest in that space of you did this, you did that, you did this, you did that, I kind of see it as only irritating a wound. So I hope that we can all be mindful that other people have different viewpoints than we do. For instance, the Republicans could come up and say, hey, Biden is effectively, supported Israel, and people could look at those numbers and feel some real feelings. So be mindful that we all have different points of view, and people are gonna support who they're gonna support. And then maybe just comment more about the job that they're doing here in the county, because that's really what the most important thing is for everyone, I think. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comment? We do have a special meeting after this, and so after we review or do our financial stuff, we'll take a 15-minute break. There is a open house downstairs in the Board of Health offices. And we'll give the clerk a chance to wrap up her meeting. So we'll go down to approval of financials, please.
I would recommend approval of claims and accounts, $441,238.93.
Support. All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved.
I would recommend approval of post audit, $3,611,000.
Please, just a second, Commissioner.
First, there was,
Thank you. Yes.
Recommend approval of post audit, $3,611,422.17.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn.
15 minutes.
Take leave of this place.